Welcome to the Berserk League. Ignis and Lancer are facing off on Mappas to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Lancer is starting fast, catching Ignis wide open on the red for that opening point. Lancer's been in a rut with 2 losses in his last few outings. Lancer is making quick work of this, shutting Ignis down, even with the high ground. Ignis holds a huge long-term advantage in their history, having won over 57% of their meetings. So yeah, that lifetime success is probably why he's staying calm despite the slow start. He'll want to lean into that confidence if he's going to claw back into this series. The momentum has completely shifted, and Ignis is looking sharp from the blue area to even this up. Both players have struggled recently, heading into this one with a pair of losses. Lancer looks completely comfortable on that ramp, shutting down the red side again. He's holding on to that lead and looking very sharp. Lancer is firmly in control with a 4-2 cushion. A solid start for the higher ranked player in this series. Ignis used that height to his advantage and finally clawed back into this. A big result for the underdog to keep things tight. Unreal. Ignis survives a total shootout from those boxes to bring the series completely level. He's absolutely on fire right now, picking off Lancer from the boxes to take the lead. The seed is slipping away from the higher rated side here. Lancer puts a stop to that run, picking the opponent off the blue side to tie it up. Lancer is playing the role of the favorite beautifully here. Ignis barely edges ahead as we hit 6-5. The lower seeded player is really stepping up his game. We've got a deadlock at 6-6, and honestly, things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. Ignis has proven he can hang with the higher seed by trading blows throughout the opening half. Fresh start for both guys. What a fight. He barely escapes that exchange with his life to reclaim a 1-round lead. The higher seed is definitely finding his footing here. Lancer has completely taken over the second half, securing his 3rd straight round. It's a huge shift in momentum since he's now outperforming his usual map win rate by a wide margin. If he maintains this pace, we could be looking at a very quick conclusion. Absolute chaos in this trade. Lancer barely walks away from that fight to keep his run going. He's definitely showing why the ladder puts him in the top 30. A quick reaction from him to snap that streak and close the gap slightly. The struggle to find form has hit both players recently. Absolutely nails him from the boxes, but look at that health bar. He barely survived that exchange. A huge gutsy play to keep this fight alive. Lancer just had the better read on that play, picking Ignis right off those boxes to widen the gap. Ignis keeps his composure from the boxes to secure another win. The underdog is definitely refusing to go quietly here. He completely shuts him down from the blue side to pull within a single round. A surprisingly tight battle given the disparity in their rankings. Lancer manages to pull off a clean kill, knocking him off those boxes to secure match point. Lancer is looking incredibly steady as the finish line comes into view. And there it is, Lancer shuts the door with a perfect final shot to close out the series. Ignis fought a hell of a battle, but he just couldn't find an answer for those lightning fast reactions today. Hard fought win. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We have Zeth and Lancer facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Zeth has a massive historical advantage here, having won 60% of their career encounters. It's an intriguing contrast to how Lancer has been performing recently. So the question is if Zeth can actually leverage that psychological edge as the match progresses. Zeth was too quick for him, catching Lancer right as he was holding from the ramp. The slight underdog is definitely showing some fight early on. Zeth is really starting to roll now, using that ramp to secure another quick win. He's coming into this feeling confident after a solid 13-10 win earlier. Lancer takes the lead, putting Zeth in a hole. He looks comfortable, especially after that victory against Ignis. We're all square now with a tight 3-3 deadlock. This is a true toss-up, given their current ladder rankings. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. Zeth is just out-reacting him right now. Zeth is simply too fast, moving into a clear advantage now. The ranking gap between these two is practically non-existent. Lancer answers back, picking Zeth off the ramp to keep this contest close. He really looks sharp today after that 13-10 victory. Lancer is normally the one with the upper hand according to our rating. It's interesting that he's struggling to maintain that control tonight. He really needs to find a way to shut Zeth down before the lead gets out of hand. Unreal, he clings to life with a sliver of health to keep this close heading into the break. That was a nail-biter, barely surviving that exchange. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, Zeth is proving that his underdog status doesn't matter here. He's holding his own perfectly against the favorite despite the lower map win rate. New sides. Let's see who blinks. Lancer edges ahead, securing a narrow 7-6 lead. He is certainly playing like the higher ranked man on the board right now. That's a huge moment to reset the map back to a draw. Holy cow! Lancer barely survives that shootout to push his lead to 8-7. He's really scraping by with those health totals. Lancer is distancing himself now, moving up to 9-7. Lancer simply refuses to slow down, securing another clean win from the ramp to keep his streak alive. Zeth is really feeling that loss from their clash on Blame map. Zeth is refusing to go away, stepping up his game to pull within 2 rounds. That was a crisp response to get the gap back down. He's putting on a serious display of resilience, refusing to let the lead slip away. The momentum is shifting as he claws back into this series. What a turnaround! He's completely erased that deficit to bring the game back to a dead draw. Lancer is struggling to regain his footing at the top of the ladder. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking total control as he reaches a 4-round tear. Another clean win for Zeth, and now he is just 1 round away from closing the series. The roles have completely reversed desde the start of this set. Absolutely sensational. Zeth closes it out with a flawless finish to secure the series. An unbelievable way to shut the door. He really played the long game and clawed back just in time. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on Dunes today for a great duel between Ignis and Zeth. Zeth has a strong historical advantage in their most recent meetings, including a commanding victory a few weeks back. It's interesting because Ignis usually holds the overall edge in this rivalry. I wonder if we're seeing a genuine shift in who owns this matchup. Ignis is really finding his rhythm with a 2-1 lead. Quite a turnaround for the higher ranked player in this duel. He just can't be stopped right now, taking this round without taking a single hit. Zeth really needs to find a way back into the server. Zeth claws one back after a messy exchange, bringing the score to 3-2. He's looking more like the favorite now. Zeth is putting on a serious display of speed right now, completely taking over this set. Absolute perfection from the guy on the right side of the bracket. He's simply outclassing everyone right now. Ignis secures the kill from the box to level the series at 4-4. Ignis pulls ahead by 1 after a huge play. Quite a swing for a guy who lost his last 3 matches. Zeth was way too quick there, catching Ignis while he was still perched on the box. It's clear that the higher seeded player is feeling the pressure. Ignis just keeps grinding, moving to a 6-5 advantage. Zeth has been on a tear today though. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly like the top seed we expected to see today. He looked a bit shaky earlier, but he's firmly in control now. Time to see if Zeth reacts. Zeth is hanging on, trailing by just 1 now. He's definitely playing at the level of a higher seeded player. We are deadlocked at 7-all after that response. He's certainly playing like the more favored man today. Neither side wants to let the other get any momentum right now. It's a total stalemate. Zeth had that confidence coming in with 2 straight wins yesterday. Ignis has managed a winning record in their career encounters, leading the head-to-head 38-35. You know, it's an interesting shift in momentum because he's usually the favorite regardless of who he's facing. He just needs to close this out. Ignis just secures another one from the high ground, putting himself in a really comfortable position. Ignis edges ahead with a slim 10-9 lead. He's really putting that recent hot streak into practice. Zeth forces a tie, making it 10 apiece. He's really capitalizing on a dominant 50% run in his recent 10. A total shutdown from the training player who's now comfortably ahead with 3 straight. Ignis shuts him down immediately to bring the series back to a dead heat. A massive response for the underdog here. Zeth manages to clear him off the box, moving himself just 1 round away from the win. The pressure is starting to show on the other side. What a finish! Zeth closes out the map with a clean victory to take the series. He really needed that one to keep the momentum rolling. Ignis put up a fight, but just couldn't seal the deal. What a match! Welcome to the arena, everyone. We have Ignis taking on Lancer in today's duel to see who comes out on top. Lancer is currently holding the advantage in their head-to-head series lately. You know, it's a stark contrast to the long-term history where Ignis has usually been the one to come out on top. We'll see if that trend continues today. Ignis is starting to put on some serious pressure after claiming that high ground on the Tetris. Lancer really needs to find a way to reclaim that control. He's absolutely on fire, shutting down Lancer from the Tetris for a third straight victory. Unreal. That was a complete scramble, and he survives by the narrowest of margins to extend the streak. Absolute perfection. He's just completely outclassing Lancer right now. Lancer manages to shut him down from the Tetris, getting a clean round here. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. Ignis has suffered through a rough stretch, entering this game with a 0-2 record for the day. He's clearly using this match as a way to turn things around and wipe the slate clean. It'll be interesting to see if he can sustain this pace. Lancer continues to dig in, securing another victory to narrow the gap. Lancer is starting to play like the favorite we expected. Lancer takes total control here, picking him off the ramp to keep the momentum surging. That is a total flip in the momentum right here. We've got a dead heat at 6 apiece. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see from a pair of veterans. Both players have exchanged heavy streaks, making it a true toss-up moving into the second half. Fresh start for both of them. What a scramble. He barely clings to life after that exchange to reclaim the lead. This is a huge shift considering how badly he struggled today. Lancer keeps his cool and plucks him right off the box to bring us completely level. Neither player is letting the other breathe for a second. Ignis edges ahead by 1, putting the pressure on. We're seeing an absolute grind from the bottom half of the ladder. Wow, he scrapes through that fight with almost nothing left and puts his opponent's momentum to a halt. He's making quick work of a guy who normally dominates this rivalry. Lancer simply doesn't miss, plucking his opponent right off the Tetris to keep this comeback alive. He's really refusing to back down, clawing his way right back into this match. The favorite is finally starting to look like his usual self. Ignis is simply too dangerous from the Tetris, and he's once again putting the pressure on his opponent. Lancer is fighting to avoid another straight loss to this opponent. Incredible grit from Lancer, managing to clear the box and even the series at 10-0. Both of these guys are just refusing to let the other build any steam. These two are simply trading blows, and the speed of these exchanges is getting absurd. He's really making a case for that historical lead right now. Lancer is showing incredible resolve, putting the series back on even terms. A complete deadlock as we head into the final stretch. Lancer is reeling from that exchange. And that's it. Ignis powers through the final exchange to seal the victory. Lancer gave him everything he had, but he just couldn't close that door. It's an incredible turnaround for a guy who's been struggling all afternoon. What a fight! Welcome to Italy. Zeth and Lancer are stepping up for a close battle to see who comes out on top. Zeth really controls the head-to-head history here, taking 60% of their lifetime encounters. It seems like that confidence is carrying over into today after their previous meetings. We'll see if Lancer can finally flip the script on this one. A gritty exchange of fire, but he manages to survive the trade and push his lead to 3-0. Lancer's having a tough run with a 1-2 start today. A frantic scrap on this one, but Zeth survives the exchange to keep a perfect sheet. Lancer responds quickly with a clean shot to get back on the board. Zeth certainly didn't look like the favorite in that exchange. He refuses to go away, digging in to secure another round and chipping away at that lead. Unbelievable precision. He's completely taken over the server now. It's an interesting swing considering the pre-match projection. He manages to pull ahead, restoring a 2-round cushion. He's absolutely riding a wave of confidence through his first 2 sets today. Zeth is an absolute powerhouse in their head-to-head history, winning about 60% of their matches. Well, you can tell he's used that psychological advantage to put Lancer on the defensive. It'll be a tough hill to climb for Lancer from here. He manages to knock Zeth off the wine, showing real tenacity as he claws back into this series. The pressure is shifting back toward the frontrunner now. Lancer stays aggressive, cutting down the gap to just 1 before the side switch. Lancer is definitely finding his footing right before the switch. We've got a dead heat at 6-6, right? It's a complete toss-up now, despite the analysts expecting Lancer to hold the advantage here. Both players have shown they can string together long streaks in this set. What a scramble. Both of them were nearly depleted, but he manages to scrape by with just a shred of health. A great way to bounce back after those tough losses earlier today. He's completely erased the deficit, bringing the score dead even at 7-7. The underdog is refusing to buckle under the pressure tonight. Zeth steps back in front with a narrow 8-7 edge. He's looking extremely sharp, keeping his perfect record for the day. Zeth secures a commanding 2-round lead here. He's currently on a roll with 2 straight wins today. He's just too quick, walking away from this duel unscathed to really firm up his grip on the lead. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely overwhelmed Lancer right now. Another quick piece of work for him, and now Zeth is just 1 round away from victory. He's really justifying that favorite status right now. Lancer manages to put a stop to the bleeding, delaying the inevitable for just a bit longer. Lancer is fighting for every inch now. Game over. Zeth closes things out with a swift finish to secure the map. Zeth is just in a different gear today. He looks completely unstoppable right now and keeps the momentum rolling. Welcome everyone to the map Orange. We've got Ignis and Zeth facing off to see who comes out on top. Ignis holds a slim lead in their overall head-to-head history, winning about 51% of their meetings. It's clear Zeth has the upper hand today, and he's looking to capitalize on that momentum to secure another series victory. Zeth is rolling now, leading 2 rounds to 1. He's certainly putting a damper on the favorite's start here. Ignis is starting to look a bit shaky here, and he'll need a strong response soon to keep this close. He's really capitalizing on his perfect run today. Zeth is simply dominating with a massive 4-1 lead. He's playing with a tremendous amount of confidence today. That was a tense standoff, but he came out on top without taking a single hit. His recent run has been absolutely flawless across the board. What a nail-biter! Zeth barely escapes with his life to keep this streak alive. The higher seed is really showing his class today. Absolutely crushing it. He's just extending that run to 5 straight. He's essentially playing out of his mind today. He's just not letting up, securing another round to extend this lead to 8-1. A strong showing for a player who stayed unbeaten today. He finally answers back, bringing the score to 8-2. An important look back at their most recent encounter on Dunes. Zeth is looking dangerously sharp with a 3-0 record today. It's causing a massive shift in the dynamic, especially since he managed to take their last head-to-head encounter as well. He's clearly in the form of his life right now. Zeth takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is the opposite of what the analyst expected. He is just completely outclassing the higher ranked player right now. Time to see if the tide turns. Zeth is practically untouchable, now sitting at 10 rounds. Pure lightning speed to get that round over with. The gap is just widening at this point, and Zeth is putting on a clinic in this series. The momentum from his prior victory on Dunes is still very present. He's putting up a fight, but it's a steep mountain to climb from here. A glimpse of that historical edge coming through for him. Unreal. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he barely clings to life to secure another. He's starting to find his footing and put some pressure back. Goodness, what a brawl. He barely walks away from that exchange to keep his streak moving. He's refusing to just go down without a fight. Zeth puts the pressure back on, moving him one step closer to victory. Expected a tough fight, but he's simply outperforming his seed tonight. And there it is! Zeth shuts the door on this series with an effortless final play. It's just been a total nightmare for the other guy who couldn't find a way to stop that momentum. Welcome everyone to Redline. We have Ignis and Lancer facing off today to see who comes out on top. Lancer had the height advantage there, using that ramp to snag the first blood. Strong start for the favorite after those earlier losses today. Ignis holds a massive historical edge in their head-to-head matchups. It's clear that Lancer has struggled to close the gap whenever these two meet. I'm curious if that psychological weight will start to show as the game progresses. Ignis is really starting to put the pressure on, managing to pull a win despite Lancer having the higher ground. He clears the ramp as the momentum completely shifts in his favor. The higher rated player is having a tough time tonight. He's simply untouchable right now, racking up his 4th consecutive round win. Lancer really needs to shake off those recent losses. Absolute perfection from that side. 5 in a row now. The higher ranked player is struggling to find an answer here. Lancer finally gets an answer, shutting things down from the ramp. He's certainly looking to get back to his usual standard tonight. Ignis holds that ramp position well and quickly puts more distance between them in the score. He's outplaying a higher rated opponent right now. Lancer is refusing to let this slip away, reacting quickly to take out Ignis from those boxes. Lancer is fighting for his life after those tough results earlier today. Lancer just crushed that duel without taking a single point of damage.
He is certainly starting to look like the favorite we expected.
Ignis is quickly shutting down that momentum, picking Lancer right off the ramp to keep a comfortable lead. His recent form has definitely been a bit shaky today. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, everything is going according to plan for him. He's really making his historical advantage felt in this series. Let's see how the switch affects things. Lancer has had a rough day with a 1-3 record so far. And that seems to be weighing on him heavily in this specific match. He really needs to find a way to string a few more rounds together to overcome this deficit. Ignis is dominating with a commanding 9-5 lead. Lancer is really struggling to find any footing today. Lancer secures another round from the ramp, showing some real persistence here. He really needed that one to stay in the game. Lancer is showing some serious grit here, digging deep to keep this fight alive. That was an incredibly quick exchange to close out the round. Ignis isn't letting him get comfortable, quickly clearing Lancer off that ramp to regain control. A precarious spot for him to be in right now. Lancer makes a strong play here, simply outclassing Ignis and knocking him off the ramp. He's really fighting back to justify that favorite status. A cautious fight that finally ended with him walking away completely unscathed. The gap between these two is shrinking rapidly. Ignis just stood his ground and shut down that ramp push with a very quick reaction. That's another high stakes victory for him in this particular rivalry. Ignis secures the high ground on the ramp to put himself one step closer to victory. That's a very clean recovery from his side to put Lancer back on the defensive. Lancer stays composed on the ramp to keep this series alive. The pressure is mounting on the lower seeded side now. What a response! He just keeps refusing to go away, pulling another win to narrow the gap. He's completely neutralized that earlier advantage. And there it is. Ignis closes the door with a perfect final spray to seal the series. Lancer fought a hell of a battle there and nearly pulled it off. Just a couple of small mistakes were the difference. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Zeth taking on Lancer in today's duel to see who comes out on top. Zeth has a strong 60% win rate against Lancer over a huge sample size. It's a bit surprising to see him trailing early given how comfortably he's handled this matchup in the past. Lancer definitely needs a few more rounds like that to shift the dynamic. Zeth uses that ramp to get the edge and bring things right back to a deadlock. Lancer's been having a tough day with that 1-4 record so far. Everything's completely reset with both Zeth and Lancer tied. He's carrying that momentum from an undefeated run today. Lancer's pulling ahead by a single round right now. Zeth usually plays a bit stronger in these head-to-head matchups. These reactions are becoming nearly instantaneous. We're seeing a total shootout right now. Zeth is really starting to put the pressure on, taking control from the ramp to extend that lead. Lancer reads the play perfectly and catches Zeth while he's peering out of the window. That's a tough sequence for Lancer, who's been struggling for wins today. Lancer is really starting to capitalize on his positioning, using that ramp to keep the pressure on Zeth. A lightning fast reaction as he drops Zeth right off the ramp to secure his third straight win. A total shutdown here by Zeth, who keeps the deficit to just a single round. That's a very promising start for someone sitting at rank 29. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. Well, Zet is playing right up to the expected level despite being the underdog here. He's clearly feeling confident after going 4 in ill earlier today, and he's refusing to let Lancer take control. Zed is just too sharp right now, taking the fight straight to Lancer on that ramp. He's really capitalizing on his form today. Zed really seems to be in the driver's seat after putting up a flawless 4-0 record today. That momentum is clearly spilling over into this game, as he looks far more confident than when we last saw him on this map. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can finally find a way to break this rhythm. Lancer is showing some real grit here, refusing to let the gap widen any further. He's definitely proving why he entered this match as the favorite. He's making this feel like a very balanced contest. Zeth really holds his ground, quickly putting Lancer back on the floor after that ramp attempt. Lancer is refusing to go away, putting up a completely effortless answer here. The momentum is shifting, but he's still fighting from behind in the total count. Zeth is really starting to distance himself here, putting a healthy cushion between him and his opponent. Zeth takes the edge from the toolbox to put himself on the brink of victory. The rankings didn't predict this kind of result. He manages to claw back a vital round here. What a way to close it out. Zeth earns the final kill to secure the victory. Lancer really fought back hard, but he just couldn't stop that momentum. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on Mapas for a great duel between Ignis and Zeth. Let's see if the favorite can hold their ground. Zeth is currently riding a 5-game winning streak over the last day. It's a massive contrast to Ignis, who's had a much tougher time finding consistency lately. The big question is if Zeth can turn this momentum into a quick lead. Ignis is really starting to pull ahead at 2-1. The odds might favor Zeth, but his side is shaking. Absolutely commanding. That's a 3rd consecutive round for the man in control. Hard to believe the favorite is struggling this much. He's just not letting up. That's a 4th straight round for him. Hard to square this with his perfect run today. Finally, a huge response from Zeth to stop the onslaught. The higher seeded player finally looks comfortable in this setup. What a scramble. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Zeth claws back to within 1 round. That's some incredibly nerve-wracking health to survive with. Ignis actually holds a slim lead in their head-to-head history with 38 wins. It's a tight margin, but he's definitely looking for that historical edge to offset Zeth's current run. Let's see if he can actually hold this momentum. Unreal, he barely makes it out of that slugfest alive to take a commanding lead. Things look a bit different now than when Zeth won their earlier map today. A clean response from Zeth, putting a momentary halt to the momentum. We head into the break with Ignis leading 7-5. Well, everything is playing out as expected so far. Ignis had a strong mid-half burst, and he's looking very comfortable with this 2-round cushion. Let's see if the momentum shifts. A strong start to the half, proving he's far from out of this fight. The gap in their ratings is definitely narrowing as we go. A lightning fast exchange, and the series is now deadlocked at 7-all. The pace of these games is getting incredibly fast. Ignis just regains his edge, moving ahead 8-7. The momentum has totally flipped from their previous match. Zeth just keeps the pressure on, equalizing the score with a stunningly fast reaction. What a fight! He barely survives with a handful of health to take control of the game. That was a real nail-biter given how low he ended up. That's a perfect sequence for Zeth, who just completely shut down his opponent's momentum. The favorite is finally starting to look like the boss here. He's simply outclassing him right now, putting up a 4-round surge to put himself in a great spot. His superior rank is showing in a big way right now. A total shutout. He's now 1 step away from closing this out after an incredible recovery. Absolutely unbelievable. Zeth completes a stunning comeback to seize the victory. He looked just a step faster on the trigger today, easily proving why he's been so dominant throughout this session. Welcome to the arena. We have Ignis and Lancer facing off on Italy today to see who comes out on top. Ignis holds a significant lead in their overall head-to-head history. It's a huge sample size, but he's really struggled to put together a win streak recently. Lancer needs to capitalize on this early momentum to keep the pressure up. Absolute perfection. Lancer is just too fast moving to a 3-round lead. What a fight! He barely survives that exchange to get back on the board. A clutch response to keep things interesting. He's showing some serious grit to walk away from that. Lancer is dominating, staring down a 4-1 lead. That's a tough spot for someone who usually owns this matchup. Lancer is simply too sharp right now, picking him right off the wine to keep this lead. The favorite isn't finding any answers here. Another effortless round for the leader, who is just completely taking over this match. Lancer is on fire, putting away another round without taking a single point of damage. Lancer just can't be stopped right now, securing his 5th straight win. He's just completely taking over here, extending the streak to 6. He's really shaking off those recent struggles today. A messy exchange ends in another victory for Lancer, who is absolutely crushing the first half. It's a complete reversal from their last encounter on red line. Lancer takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break. This is a total shock given how usually one-sided this rivalry goes. He's putting on a show right now and Ignis looks completely lost. Fresh start for Ignis now. Lancer entered today as the slight favorite, but he's been really struggling with a 1-5 record over the last day, and honestly the pressure is starting to build as Ignis claws back into this. Lancer keeps the pressure high, quickly answering back after that brief scare from Ignis. The rating gap here is practically non-existent. Lancer puts on another strong display to move within a single round of victory. That particular exchange was incredibly fast. What a way to close it out. Lancer completely shuts the door and secures the victory. He really just flipped the script on this rivalry today, completely erasing that historical lead Ignis usually carries. Welcome to the match on Dunes. We've got Zeth taking on Lancer to see who comes out on top today. Zeth is coming in with a perfect 6-0 record over the last day. It's surprising to see him start slow here, given how consistently he's been winning. Now the question is whether he can put that current momentum back to use. Zeth is cruising right now, leading 2-1. Zeth is definitely leaning on the head-to-head edge here. That was an instant deletion, and he's now locked into a 3-round run. He secures another round from the box, pushing his lead to 4-1. The overall head-to-head history definitely favors the frontrunner here. He is absolutely on fire, taking a 5th consecutive round without taking a single point of damage. Simply untouchable. That's 6 straight for Zeth. Finally, a breakthrough for Lancer, outdueling the other on the box to stop that run. Lancer always seems to put up a fight in these pairings. Zeth has dominated this rivalry with a 61% win rate overall. Well, he's definitely making the most of that psychological advantage right now. It'll be tough for Lancer to shake that mental burden if this pace keeps up. Zeth is just too strong, sitting comfortably at 8-3. Zeth goes into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. I mean, Lancer was supposed to have the upper hand here, but he's just getting outplayed. He needs a complete reset if he wants to claw back into this. Let's see if Lancer wakes up. Zeth is just running away with this, leading 10-3. Lancer is having a really tough time today with a 2-5 record. It's becoming a complete blowout, and Lancer is just unable to find an answer for him. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that clean sweep over Ignis. He just completely shuts things down from the box to reach match point. Just purely outclassing everything Lancer is throwing at him. What a finish! He closes out the series and secures the map victory. He's completely untouchable right now, and that's another huge win added to an incredible run today. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena where Ignis takes on Zeth. Let's see if the favorite can hold their ground today. Zeth has been completely dominant today, winning 7 straight matches in the last 24 hours. It's a strong contrast to Ignis, who has really struggled to find any momentum during this session. We have to wonder if this early lead is just the beginning of another blowout. Ignis uses that ramp to secure the advantage, putting these two right back on even footing. Ignis is suddenly in control with a 2-1 lead. A fierce battle as both players sit tied at 2. He's definitely feeling confident coming into this match. Zeth is putting a lot of pressure on him right now, really capitalizing on this early run. Ignis makes a great play from the ramp to secure that round. It's a huge shift for the underdog, given his current struggles today. Ignis edges ahead with a narrow 4-3 lead. The lower rated player is really starting to assert himself here. Zeth takes the upper hand by holding that high ground and bringing us back to a dead heat. The higher rated competitor is doing plenty to keep this tight. Zeth is really making a statement here, using that heaven vantage to pull ahead once more. A very disciplined showing from the 27 ranked player. A grueling fight that barely saw any damage, but Zeth comes out completely unscathed to extend his run. He quickly recovers his footing to keep things interesting heading into the break. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. I mean, this is precisely what we wanted to see from the top-seeded player. Zeth is playing a great game, but Ignis refuses to let this slide into a blowout. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth was just too fast there, catching Ignis right as he stepped onto that ramp. That's another one for a player who's simply on fire today. Ignis reads the play perfectly, dragging Zeth right off that boost for a crucial round. The underdog is really digging in his heels here. Zeth is really finding a way to hold those high spots, putting him just 1 round ahead. He's clearly feeling the effects of that flawless run today. They're back to a stalemate at 8 apiece. The 34 ranked guy is refusing to stay down. Ignis just snatched the lead to make it 9-8. That's quite a shift from his 7-0 run today. We're seeing a real back and forth now, with neither player able to string together a multi-round lead. A really tight contest given his higher rating. Zeth completely shuts down that high angle on the Tetris to reclaim his advantage. Zeth is looking dangerous after that cruise through his match against Lancer earlier. Ignis keeps the pressure high, cleaning up Zeth right as he tried to use that ramp. An incredibly fast way to force a draw here. This is becoming a game of inches. Neither player can seem to pull away for long. His recent form is just otherworldly right now. These two just cannot separate themselves. We are looking at an absolute toss-up heading into this final stretch. A brutal stop there, putting him in a prime position to wrap this up. That was a precise lightning-fast trade to regain the lead. What a finish! Zeth closes the door with a perfect sequence to secure the victory. Ignis really put him through the ringer to make this a fight. That's just an incredible showing for a guy who's been struggling all day. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we've got Ignis and Lancer facing off on fast aim. Let's see who takes the win today. Lancer came out swinging and shut him down quickly while he was perched in the window. The favored side is having a tough run of it lately. Ignis holds a significant historical advantage with over 1,000 total wins against this specific opponent. But it's a tough time to rely on that, especially since Lancer beat him in a blowout during their last meeting. I wonder if that psychological edge is still sitting with Lancer. Lancer's cruising right now with a commanding 3-1 lead. Lancer is really putting the pressure on right now. A complete shutdown from the ramp, and he's now taken control of the map. The rank 32 seed is really asserting dominance here. Lancer just blew those doors open from the window, extending his lead to 5-1. That's a total reversal from his usual head-to-head success. He just can't find an answer for that pace, and now the lead grows to 6-1. It's becoming a very one-sided affair for the 35 seed. Ignis finds his mark from the toolbox to finally get a round on the board. Both of these guys are struggling today, having only managed 2 wins each in their last 12 rounds. It's clear they're both fighting an uphill battle in their current form. The real question is if Ignis can finally break this downward spiral before it's too late. Ignis manages to shut him down from the ramp, putting up another fight here. Neither of these players have had a great run of results today. Lancer takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, Ignis is just completely falling apart. He was supposed to take this map, but he's looking totally lost right now. Time for a quick reset. Ignis just outpeaked him on the ramp, managing to keep his head above water for a bit. Lancer has been a bit inconsistent today, going 2-6 so far. Lancer is practically untouchable, stretching his lead to 10-4. That was a lightning-fast exchange to get the lead back. Both of these players decided to fight for the same spot on the ramp, but Lancer was just quicker. Just a total wall of defense on the ramp. And that's it. He secures the final kill and takes the series. He just completely shut the door on that one. Ignis looked like he couldn't find any momentum today. Welcome everyone, we've got Zeth and Lancer facing off on orange to see who can claim the victory today. Zeth is coming into this as a powerhouse after going 8-0 in his last 8 games. It's a surprising start to see him trailing, since he usually gets the better of Lancer in their series. We'll see if he can shake off that first loss. Incredible! Lancer barely escapes that one with a single health point left. Surprisingly competitive, considering how Zeth crushed him on the dunes earlier today. We're all squared up as both fighters reset. Expectations were actually leaning toward his opponent in this pairing. Lancer holds the narrow lead at 3-2. Lancer is clearly determined to flip their lifetime head-to-head deficit. These rounds are simply flying by. Neither of them is letting the other breathe for a second. Both players are essentially on par with their history here. Lancer has pushed ahead, putting Zeth down by 1. Slightly better on paper, and he's certainly playing like it now. Lancer is fighting back hard after that rough day 1 session where he went 3-6. It's a complete turnaround from the way he looked in their earlier meeting. He's really capitalizing on Zeth's slow start today. A deadlock. Zeth and Lancer are completely tied up. He's definitely leaning on a high win rate from his last 10 games. Lancer is really digging in his heels, refusing to let Zeth pull away with a multi-round lead. That's a solid response to get back on top. We're heading into the break tied 6-all. I mean, Lancer was supposed to take control here, but he can't seem to pull away. Zeth is proving why he's entered this match on an 8-game winning streak. Fresh start. Let's see who blinks first. Lancer manages to sneak ahead by a single round. He really is trying to narrow that overall head-to-head gap. Zeth just clawed back to tie things up at 7. He's a higher seed on the ladder and he's starting to look like it. Lancer is really putting up a fight here, refusing to let Zeth find any real momentum. The experience gap is showing with over 8,000 career rounds under his belt. Absolute deadlock now with both at 8. The higher seed is really fighting to keep his composure here. Lancer regains the upper hand, edging ahead 9-8. He's really shaking off that tough defeat from earlier. Lancer is really starting to pile on the pressure here, putting himself in a great spot to close this out. Lancer is simply too fast right now, extending his current run to 3 straight. Zeth finds his footing again, shutting down that run with a perfect defensive sequence. The gap between them on the ladder is practically non-existent tonight. Another perfect shot for Zeth, and he's refusing to let this match slip away. He's fighting for every single point now. What a statement. He's now completely erased that deficit and has the lead in his sights. Total chaos in this set, but his raw skill usually prevails. Zeth is simply on fire right now, keeping the pressure high to reach match point. The momentum shift is absolute at this stage. A massive stop by Lancer to force a tie and push this series into overtime. Lancer really needs this result to flip the script on their overall series. He clawed back through a heavy exchange to put himself in the driver's seat once again. That quick reflex shot puts the pressure squarely on Lancer's shoulders. What a shot! Zeth is simply refusing to back down and keeps the run going. The tension is through the roof now. A single mistake in the next round will decide everything. He's certainly putting up a fight for someone sitting lower on our rating. A precise burst secures the lead, and he is now just a single point away from closing this out. He's putting those high expectations into real results right now. What a finish! Zeth closes it out with an effortless shot to secure the series victory. Lancer pushed him to the absolute brink in that overtime stretch, but he just couldn't get that final blow. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Ignis and Zeth facing off today on Italy to see who comes out on top. Zeth has been absolutely locked in with a 9-0 record today. That confidence is clearly translating to this duel after he already took the first map from Ignis. I wonder if the pressure is starting to get to the favorite here. Zeth is just dominating, holding a clean 2-0 lead. He's completely taking over this opening, picking up another effortless point. Unreal, both players were shredded in that exchange, but Zeth manages to survive by a thread. Absolutely untouchable right now. He just outreacted his opponent to keep the streak alive. Just frightening. He's completely taken over the game with his 6-round surge. He's just completely in control, extending the lead to 7 straight. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. He barely survives that scramble, but it's another victory to bring the tally to 8. He just keeps on rolling, picking his opponent apart from the wine. The momentum from their last encounter is carrying over here. Hard-stopping finish. He almost went down in that scramble, but somehow holds on to reach double digits. Hard to believe the odds had this as such a close call. Finally a point for Ignis, and a completely clean one at that. Zeth is usually the one with the target on his head. It's 10-2 in favor of Zeth. Honestly, the script has flipped completely. He's making the favorite look outclassed after that 10-round run, and this looks like a total collapse for Ignis. Time for a total reset. Zeth is just simply too fast today, shutting down that brief glimmer of hope for Ignis. He's clearly carrying the weight of that rating advantage right now. It's getting interesting. Ignis is starting to put up a real fight after that slow start. That was a lightning fast encounter, putting Zeth just one round away from victory. A textbook performance from the higher seeded side. What a way to close it out. He seals the victory and finishes the series. It's just a nightmare scenario for Ignis right now, who's really struggling to find any footing today. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off today to see who can take home the win. A quick start for Ignis, cleaning up Lancer right off the ramp to open things up. An early shake-up for the one tipped to win today. Wow, what a wild exchange. He clings to life by a threat to level this series. He's fighting a brutal stretch after that rough set against Zeth. Ignis is really playing his game here, holding that high ground on the ramp to keep things in his favor. He really needs a spark after that tough series against Zeth. Lancer just can't find any footing here. He's really struggling to hold his ground. He's really flipping the script from that dominant 13-4 win they had recently. He's simply refusing to let up, extending that run to 3 straight. Lancer really needs a response after that recent 13-4 sweep. Another flawless apiece for Ignis, and he's now sitting on a 4-round tear. His recent run of losses is finally starting to turn around. Ignis simply denies him any room to breathe, knocking him off the ramp for a 5th straight victory. Lancer has historically held the upper hand in their recent meetings. He keeps it rolling from the ramp, now 6 rounds in a row for Ignis. A surprising shift for the higher rated player in this duel. He's just unstoppable right now, punishing Lancer from the Tetris to extend the lead to 8-1. Lancer is really feeling the pressure compared to his earlier success. Finally, Lancer puts a stop to the carnage and manages to secure a round. A nice bit of confidence for the higher rated player. Ignis holds a strong historical advantage with over 1,000 total wins against Lancer. It's an interesting contrast, since the overall trend is heavily weighted toward Ignis, while today's score is far more precarious. We have to see if he can lock this down before Lancer makes it a complete collapse. Ignis goes into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, he is putting on a clinic right now. Everything is going his way, and the favorite is firmly in the driver's seat. Lancer is starting to look a lot more comfortable out here, especially after dragging Ignis off that Tetris. A surprising turn for a guy currently sitting at 3-7 today. Ignis keeps a massive grip on things, leading 10-4. Despite the rating difference, things are going great for the lower seeded player. Lancer is really making it hard for Ignis to close this out, proving he can hit those targets regardless of where they hide. These last few rounds have been a real toss-up, showing just how quick the momentum can shift. The 36 ranked player is really putting the pressure on here. Lancer is really fighting back, showing he can take the fight to Ignis even when the other guy is perched up on the ramp. He's dealing with a tough slide today, having only taken 2 maps. Ignis secures another round from the boxes and is just 1 more away from victory. He is fully reclaiming the momentum of the favorite now. Unreal. Ignis shuts the door with a final blow to seal the match. He's finally shaking off the rust from this morning's slump and looks like his old self again. Welcome everyone to the Dunes map. Zeth and Lancer are ready to battle it out to see who takes the win. Zeth is currently on an incredible run with 10 straight wins today. It's a bit surprising to see him drop the opening round given how completely he's been dominating his recent matches. Lancer is really putting the pressure on Zeth now. He's fighting a massive historical deficit in their head-to-head series. Lancer's holding a slim 2-1 lead right now. Zeth is showing why he entered this match as the favorite. Unbelievable! Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Lancer barely survives with a sliver of health. Lancer barely clings to a one-round advantage here. Zeth is really starting to seize control of the pace here, taking that round easily from the high ground. Both of these players are fighting for a deadlock right now. And the roll continues for Zeth, who just walked right through that exchange. He's certainly looking like the more dangerous man today. Lancer secures a clean win from the box, bringing the score back to a dead heat. Zeth claims another one from the box, and these rounds are starting to fly by. We're all tied up at 5 apiece. Lancer is definitely punching up against that massive historical deficit. Lancer barely edges ahead, taking a commanding 6-5 lead. Lancer is really making a case for himself today. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. I mean, Lancer was expected to pull ahead here, but Zeth is proving too tough to shake. He's really playing up to the 10-win streak he's riding today. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth just pulled ahead by 1. It is a tough day for Lancer to keep these rounds close. Zeth just stepped up his game, knocking Lancer right off the box to take another round. That was an effortless outplay, and he's now firmly in the driver's seat. Lancer is really struggling to find any answers today. Zeth outlasts him in a high damage duel from the box to keep this hot streak alive. Lancer's typically the one expected to hold the edge in these matchups. Lancer answers back with a precise shot to keep things interesting. A critical moment for someone who struggled with a 3-8 start today. He's putting up a fight, securing another effortless round to keep his hopes alive. He's starting to look far more comfortable in these encounters. Another high-speed win for Lancer, who is simply refusing to back down. The momentum has completely shifted into the challenger's hands. Zeth puts a stop to that run, reclaiming the momentum. He's really leaning into that confidence after his crushing victory over Ignis. A huge play by Zeth to clear him off the box and reach match point. He's looking incredibly sharp right now. Lancer secures a crucial victory from the box to stay in this match. It's a total grind for the underdog to stay relevant. Lancer catches Zeth right on the box to maintain this sudden surge. Lancer is refusing to let this match slip away. Absolutely clinical. Zeth shuts the door and secures the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, but the momentum just wouldn't shift. Lancer fought like a lion to get back in. What a battle! Welcome everyone to the arena. Today we have Ignis taking on Zeph to see who comes out on top. Zeph entered this match with a perfect 11-0 record today. It's a surprising start to see him on the back foot given how hot he's been. He's clearly the higher rated player of the two, so he should be able to settle in quickly. Zeph is really playing it smart, using the Tetris to keep the upper hand here. The head-to-head history is nearly dead even between these two. He's just completely taken over the map now, extending that lead to 3 straight. He's comfortably handling the pressure right now. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, clutching out the victory with practically nothing left. He's really fighting for a bit of footing here. What a fight! He just barely holds on after a total war of attrition. He really seems to have Ignis's number today. Zeph holds a slim lead as we enter round 7. He's definitely finding some confidence after that blowout loss earlier today. Ignis is actually the one with the map advantage here, boasting a 50% win rate in his time on the arena. It's just a shame he can't translate that comfort into points. Zeph seems to be completely ignoring those stats today. Zeth was just too quick, catching him from the ramp to push his lead back to 2. It's a bit of a reversal from their most recent head-to-heads. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He manages to squeeze out a victory with almost nothing left in the tank. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, he's proving that his current hot streak is no fluke. He's holding his own against a much more seasoned veteran here. Time to see if Ignis responds. Zeth is just cruising along with a 3-point cushion. He's carrying a massive wave of momentum from those prior wins. A sudden burst of speed there as he finds his mark instantly to cut the deficit. Zeth is just too precise from that ramp, keeping the pressure high for Ignis. Zeth is really putting that superior rating on display right now. Zeth is dominating the pace with a 10-6 lead. What a fight! He somehow survives on a sliver of health to take the round. He's showing some real grit in these high-pressure clashes. Ignis is really struggling to get any momentum going, while Zeth looks like he's completely in control of this map. He's looking just as dominant as he did in that Italy route. He shuts down that momentum shift immediately from the ramp, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. This is exactly how we expected the match to tilt. And that's it. Zeth shuts the door on this match to take the victory. Ignis really tried to claw back with some gutsy plays, but he just couldn't outlast that momentum. Welcome to the Berserk League. Ignis and Lancer are facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Ignis gets the early jump, using that toolbox height to claim the first point of the set. The head-to-head record definitely favors the early lead here. Lancer barely scrapes by, clinging to life with just a tiny bit of health left. He's fighting hard to shake off that recent slump. Lancer reads the window perfectly there, and now he's firmly in the driver's seat. The favorite is starting to look vulnerable early on. He's completely taken over the pace, securing his third straight point. Just doesn't look like the favorite right now. Lancer just keeps rolling, quickly picking the opponent off the window. Quite a shift from their last head-to-head meeting. Lancer just can't be stopped, securing another one from the ramp to bring the count to 5. He's definitely making up for that tough loss earlier today. A complete shutdown. He's now 6 straight for Lancer. The odds really didn't predict this level of one-sidedness. He puts the pressure on, cutting Ignis down from the window to reach 7 straight. A total reversal of their last meeting on Redline. Finally, Ignis manages to hold his ground and put an end to that heavy run. He's definitely playing for that historical dominance today. Ignis has won 57% of their lifetime matches against Lancer. So these recent rounds are starting to align with that historical reality. It feels like he's reclaiming his usual territory in this rivalry. Lancer will need to find a way to halt this push. Lancer takes a huge lead at 9-3. Honestly, he's completely outplayed the favorite so far. We expected a closer contest, but Lancer is putting on a shock performance here. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. Lancer catches him right in the window, and he's just an inch away from wrapping this up. Lancer is really shaking off those earlier losses today. Ignis is starting to push back, claiming another point from the wine box. The gap between them on the ladder is pretty slim. Ignis catches Lancer right as he steps onto the ramp, and the tide is starting to shift. Both players have had a tough day with identical 3-9 records. Lancer is really holding his ground, securing that duel right from the ramp to maintain his lead. A solid showing for Lancer, considering his recent form. Lancer quickly takes control from the ramp, putting himself on match point. He looks significantly more composed than the slight favorite right now. Ignis finds a crucial response, clicking heads to knock his opponent off the ramp. That's an immense bit of composure by the favorite. He's maintaining the momentum, securing another point from the wine box. A tough spot for the underdog to be in right now. He's completely locked in, shutting the door on Lancer from the wall to keep this rally going. It's a complete turnaround from how the set started. Unreal. He barely clings to life after that exchange, but it's another massive victory to keep the streak alive. Lancer is looking completely rattled after that sequence. He's completely out of control now, picking up his 5th straight point from the wine box. Absolute perfection! Lancer secures that final blow to seal the series right now. Lancer just defied the history books to take this one. He really had to dig deep to survive that late surge from Ignis. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Zeth and Lancer facing off on Italy to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Zeth has absolutely dominated the head-to-head history with 121 total wins. It's clear that confidence is playing a huge role today given his current winning streak. Lancer will need to find a way to break this psychological edge early. Zeth is putting on the pressure, leading 2-1. The underdog is showing some teeth in this one. Lancer is making a quick adjustment, taking control from the wine to tie things up. A stark contrast to how he's performed in his other games today. The momentum has completely flipped as Lancer storms ahead with 3 straight. He's really shaking off that tough 4-9 start today. He's just not slowing down, claiming his 4th straight round in effortless fashion. A massive shift from how the last meeting between these two played out. Simply unstoppable. That makes 5 on the bounce for Lancer. Hard to believe the lower rated player is controlling the tempo here. Finally, Zeth answers back and cuts that lead down to 2. He'll need to dig deeper if he wants to reclaim his status as the dominant force. Zeth is refusing to back down, delivering a lightning fast burst to close the gap further. Zeth has a huge amount of momentum coming into this, having won 12 of his matches today. It's interesting that the scoreline isn't reflecting that red-hot form at all. He needs to find a way to shut Lancer down quickly. Lancer holds an 8-4 advantage going into the break. Things are playing out exactly as anticipated, with the favorite controlling the pace of this map. Zeth needs a huge spark here. Zeth grabs one more, trimming that gap to 8-5. He's certainly proving he can compete regardless of the ranking gap. Lancer holds a solid 4-round lead at 9. It's a completely different story than that high-scoring encounter on the dunes. Lancer is really starting to pull away here, putting a huge dent in Zeth's hopes for a comeback. Absolutely effortless, he's just totally outclassing Zeth right now. He's really putting that ranking deficit behind him. Another lightning fast encounter, and he's now just 1 round away from victory. The script for this map has completely flipped. What a finish! Lancer closes it out with a perfect shot to claim the series. A complete reversal from their previous encounter, and an incredible way for him to snap Zeth's flawless run today. Welcome everyone, Ignis and Zeph are facing off today on red line to see who comes out on top. Zeph has been on an absolute tear today, putting up a 12-1 record across his other matches. It's definitely surprising to see him start on the back foot after such a dominant run of form. He'll want to shake this off quickly before Ignis can build on that early lead. Ignis is really flexing his muscles with a 2-1 lead. A shaky start for the slightly favored man. The speed of these exchanges is wild. Ignis is just outreacting him every single time right now. He cleans up the round from the ramp and he's now on a roll. He's really shaking off those recent losses in a big way. A solid response from Zeph to keep things competitive as he fights back into this game. A critical time for the favorite to start closing the gap. Zeph manages to secure the advantage from the Tetris, showing some real grit in this early stretch. He's finally starting to look like the higher seeded player. Ignis really needs this momentum right now, because his recent form has been rough, sitting at only 20% over the last 10 matches. Keeping this lead is essential for him to avoid another deep slump. It will be a real battle of wills here. He claims another one from the ramp, putting that momentum squarely in his favor. The head-to-head history favors Zeth, but that's not showing right now. He simply refuses to let go, outdueling Zeth on the ramp to extend this run to 4. He's completely flipping the script from their previous encounter. Ignis holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Everything is playing out exactly as the analysts predicted. He's just too strong right now and is putting a lot of pressure on Zeth for the second half. Time for a mental reset. Ignis is just dominating, pushing his lead to 9-4. A real struggle for the 20th ranked player to get back in control. Zeph keeps his head and handles that encounter perfectly, taking Ignis right off the ramp. He's definitely showing why he's the higher ranked player on the ladder. Ignis keeps the pressure high, extending it to 10-5. He's really put in that 38-41 all-time head-to-head record in the real game. Zeth claws back 1, trailing by 4 now. He needs to start putting those higher ratings into actual results. Zeth is putting on a clinic with his reaction speed right now, making these rounds look like a breeze. His last few encounters with the lower rated player have been tough. Zeth puts on a statement from the ramp, keeping this impressive run going. He's quickly making this a one-sided affair for the moment. He's simply refusing to stop now, securing another flawless victory to keep the pressure on. What an unbelievable shift. He claims another round from the ramp to even things up at 10-10. He's finally taking control of the map. He secures another victory from the ramp, continuing this incredible surge. A complete mirror of the first half, just with the roles reversed. Zeth is just unstoppable now, taking over the series with a huge 7th straight victory. It's a tough spot for the lower ranked man to recover from. Absolute madness! Zeth closes the door with a huge 8th straight round to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one. Ignis fought so hard to keep the pressure on, but the momentum shift was just too much. What a fight. Welcome to the stream. Ignis and Lancer are stepping onto orange for this matchup, with the favorite looking to bounce back. Ignis has a strong historical lead in the head-to-head, winning 57% of their lifetime meetings. It's just that Lancer is riding a high from their most recent victory together. The real question is how quickly Ignis can pivot back to that usual dominance. He is absolutely crushing this opener, taking a commanding 3-round lead. His confidence must be peaking after that 13-10 victory on Fast A. A sharp response from Ignis to hold that momentum and put up a fight. It's a fair spot for the slight favorite to be in right now. Lancer is just rolling through, sitting pretty at 4-1. He looks completely comfortable throughout this opening set. Lancer is just unstoppable, pushing his lead to 5-1. Lancer really looks like the superior player right now. Lancer has clearly had the better day so far with a 5-9 record in the last 24 hours. I mean, it still puts him in a stronger position than Ignis, who is really struggling right now. He just needs to maintain this gap to secure the win. The comeback is starting to feel real as he secures another round. Lancer's grip on this match is starting to slip. This is a total flip from the expected script. Ignis is fighting back, but Lancer still leads 6-3. His higher standing on the ladder is certainly playing a role here. Lancer is still firmly in control at 7-3. It's been a rough 24 hours for the man on the left. Ignis is really fighting to keep this game from sliding away from him. The struggle has been real for him throughout the day. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. Well, this is far from how this was supposed to go. The underdog is refusing to back down and looks primed for a huge upset tonight. He's showing some serious grit now, pulling himself back into this game. Everything has shifted, and now it's a dead heat. Lancer holds a narrow 2-round cushion at 8-6. The lower ranked player is definitely proving he can hold his own. Another clean look for Ignis, who is simply refusing to let this match slip away. Lancer's edge is basically gone at this point. Absolutely incredible. He has completely erased the deficit to bring this match level. Total stalemate now. We are right back to a dead heat. He's on fire, taking full control of the map with 3 straight wins. The momentum has shifted completely in this series. Lancer put a stop to that run, bringing things back to a dead even split. Neither player has any ground to stand on right now. That was completely effortless. He's now just 1 round away from a tie. The higher rank is finally starting to translate into results. That was lightning fast. He's really putting on a show now. Lancer is really struggling to find an answer right now. Another perfect shot puts him just a single round away from the series victory. Lancer is looking completely rattled right now. He's definitely showing some nerves now. What a phenomenal run. Ignis closes it out perfectly to complete the comeback victory. What a way to shake off that slump. He really digged deep and clawed his way back to prove he's still the king of this matchup. What a fight! Welcome everyone. We're on Mapus today for an exciting matchup between Zeth and Lancer. Zeth is entering the server with a massive 13-1 record today. It's a stark contrast to Lancer's recent struggles, but the early lead shows he's not just relying on that warm-up. We'll see if Lancer can keep this momentum going. Lancer strikes back, and now we're all squared up. Zeth pulls ahead again to take a 2-1 lead. Zeth is definitely taking control of this set. He manages to track him down on the ramp to secure another round. Unbelievable. Both players were shredded in that trade, but he clings on with a sliver of health to extend the run. Lancer is definitely feeling the weight of his recent results. He's just unstoppable right now, putting the other player in a deep hole. He's really justifying that favorite status right now. He just clears Lancer right off the ramp to push the advantage even further. Lancer hasn't been able to replicate his victory from their last encounter. Lancer puts an end to that momentum with a clean shot. He's showing a bit more grit than we saw in his earlier games today. Zeth has been an absolute force today with a 13-1 record across his matches, and the way he's playing right now is a total departure from the struggles he's faced against Lancer in the past. It'll be interesting to see if he can close this out before Lancer finds any answer. Zeth was just too quick to react, catching Lancer from a top dead container to really open up this lead. His consistency in these short bursts is truly impressive. Zeth is just dominating, pushing the tally to 8-3. Lancer needs to find another gear to overcome his 5-10 record today. Zeth takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is definitely not how we expected things to go with Lancer as the favorite. He's really making the most of that 48% map win rate advantage. Lancer needs a complete reset here.
Lancer manages a breakthrough to bring it to 9-4.
His victory earlier on Aim Italy P gave him a lot of confidence. Lancer claws back one more to make it 9-5. Zed's usual dominance in their long-term series hasn't played a factor here. Lancer is on fire, putting together a strong run with that clean victory. Lancer is proven he can match the aggression of the higher rated player. That is a huge push by Lancer, who just can't be stopped right now. The tide has completely turned in this server. Zeth answers back immediately, shutting down that rally with a fast headshot. Lancer just walks through that exchange, refusing to let the lead slip further away. A huge blow to Zeth's lead in this set. Zeth has a really comfortable cushion here and looks completely poised to seal this series. Zeth puts on a strong show from the ramp to put himself on the brink of victory. Total composure on display from the frontrunner right now. What a finish! He secures the final round and closes out the match. He just looked way sharper tonight, especially with those hyper-fast reflexes. Lancer fought back, but he couldn't stop that momentum shift. Welcome everyone, we've got Ignis and Zeth facing off on Dunes today to see who comes out on top. Zeth enters this one with a staggering 14-1 record over the last day, and that momentum seems to be carrying right into this server. He's already got a psychological edge after beating Ignis in their most recent encounter. Zeth is really rolling now, holding a commanding lead. The speed of these exchanges is wild, but Zeth is consistently coming out on top right now. Ignis had the better reaction time there, taking Zeth right off the box. Zeth is just cruising along with a 4-2 lead. The rating difference is showing up in these exchanges. Zeth is simply too quick from that elevated spot, and now he's really starting to pull away. Zeth is just completely outclassing him right now, securing his third straight win. He looks completely comfortable with that higher rating today. Ignis manages to put a stop to the momentum, bringing the deficit down to 3. He's showing a lot of heart here, securing another win to close the gap. Both players are just fighting for every single inch now. Zeth really likes that high ground, making a quick play to shut down the momentum Ignis had built. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, he's playing exactly like the higher rated player here. If he maintains this pace, we're looking at a major upset over the favorite. Sides are switching now. Ignis has historically managed a 49% win rate on this map, and normally he plays as the favorite in this specific pairing. But we're seeing a completely different story today with Zeth firmly in control. Ignis denies that height advantage and kicks him off the box. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite now. Zeth is still holding a 2-round cushion here. Zeth is really capitalizing on his ladder position today. He's refusing to go away, continuing this climb back into the game. A much cleaner exchange this time around. He's quickly clawing back into this series. Absolutely incredible. Ignis has completely wiped away that deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. Zeth barely edges it out, holding a slim 1-round lead. He's firmly in the driver's seat after that latest exchange. What a response! He just completely shut the door on that exchange to level the series. Things have completely shifted here, giving us a wide open race. He just outplayed him from the top of the box, firmly taking the lead now. That's a real statement win right there. Absolutely crushing it. Now, he's just 1 round away from a huge victory. He has completely flipped the script on this series. What a performance! He closes out the game with a perfect finish to complete this incredible comeback. He just refused to go down, fighting back against everything that suggested he was outmatched today. Talk about a turnaround! What a fight! Ignis holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history with over 1000 wins over Lancer. But that's rarely the whole story in these duels. The dynamic changes completely depending on the day, and Ignis is clearly struggling to maintain his usual edge today.
Lancer is clawing back, but Ignis still leads 2-1. Lancer is definitely feeling that early loss to Zeth today.
Lancer is playing with a lot of speed right now, and that spot on the vine is proving to be a real asset.
Ignis barely holds a 3-2 advantage right now. The rating gap is narrow, but that psychological advantage for him is huge. Ignis stretches his lead to 4-2 after that sequence.
The higher rank in this series isn't feeling it right now. Things are heating up here. With the score sitting at 4-3, we're looking at a real toss-up. Lancer is currently carrying a 5-11 record from today, and honestly, those rougher results across the board seem to be weighing on his confidence. It's a tough spot to be in when you're fighting against both your opponent and your own momentum. He's just completely shifted the tide, taking control with a 3-round burst. Lancer is certainly not playing like the favorite at this stage.
Lancer manages to hold his ground in a scrappy exchange to close out the round.
A tough spot for him to be in after that last head-to-head loss. Ignis goes into the break leading 7-5. Well, he's comfortably in the lead as we expected. Lancer has put up a fight, but Ignis is just leaning on that deep experience in this matchup. Time for a fresh start.
Ignis is firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5.
Lancer entered the server as the slight favorite, but his form is slipping.
He's staying composed, securing another quick round to keep this comeback alive. He's definitely trying to shake off those earlier mistakes.
A completely unscathed round for Lancer as he continues to bridge the gap. He's finally found his timing to put the pressure back on. Absolutely chaotic exchange, but he outlasts the struggle to tie this thing up at 8-8. A total reset on the board. Both players are back on even ground.
He answers back immediately, regaining a slight edge with a crisp elimination.
What a fight. Lancer earns a parity here, holding the wine to level the score at 9-9. The momentum is completely shifted in favor of the favorite. He's showing incredible persistence, taking a narrow lead as he keeps this charge going. He is certainly playing with a lot more confidence than we've seen all day.
An absolute deadlock at 10-all for these two. A real battle of attrition for these two.
Lancer is refusing to back down, securing a completely one-sided victory to move within 2 of the finish line. What a scrap. Ignis somehow claws out of that disaster to force a tie at 11-all. Pure nerves now, with that low health total he just survived. Lancer is absolutely locked in, moving just one step away from victory after that clean shot. What an unbelievable run. Lancer stays stone cold to secure the victory and complete the comeback. That is a massive result given how often he's been dominated in the past. Lancer really proved he could go toe-to-toe today. Truly a gritty win. Lancer secures a strong start, picking him off from the ramp to take an early lead. Zed quickly answers back, and with both of them battling for the high ground, it's anyone's game right now. Zed is definitely riding a wave of confidence tonight. Zed just looks too fast right now, putting Lancer on his heels by claiming that high ground. He's looked far more consistent throughout this whole day. Both players fought for that same angle, but Lancer came out on top to keep this series dead even. The higher seed is starting to look vulnerable here. Zed holds a slender lead at 3-2. He has a substantial historical lead in their head-to-head matchups. A complete deadlock at 3 apiece for these two. Zed has been on a tear throughout the day so far. Lancer is feeling the pressure now as Zed starts to pull away in a very tight battle. He's been absolutely dominant today with a 14-2 record. We are completely tied up at 4-all. The favorite is definitely feeling the heat from the underdog now. Zed just didn't let him breathe, catching Lancer right as he tried to play the ramp. He continues to look like the class of the field today. Lancer claws his way back to bring us to a 5-5 stalemate. A very different result from their previous trip to this map. Zed regains the edge with a narrow 6-5 advantage. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle against his recent slump. Zed heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, it's surprising to see the underdog controlling the pace like this. Lancer has the historical edge on this map, but he's just not finding the openings yet. Time for Lancer to wake up. Unreal. Zed barely survives that exchange, clamping down on the fight to take a 3-round lead. He is definitely utilizing that rating advantage to pull away here. Lancer just can't find an answer for Zed right now. That's a 4-round streak for the leader. The lower seed just can't keep up with that pace. Zed has a huge lead in their all-time head-to-head record with 122 wins over Lancer, but he's had to work a lot harder than expected today. It'll be interesting to see if he can close this out before the momentum fully shifts. Lancer wins this battle from the ramp, showing a lot of heart to keep this series tight. He's finally getting some breathing room in this set. Zed is just refusing to let this match slip away, claiming that fight right on the ramp. The A priority player is proving his worth in this match. Lancer is just getting picked apart from below right now, and he's really struggling to maintain any momentum. He's definitely proving to be the more composed player today. Lancer keeps his composure, quickly shutting Zed down while he was holding that ramp. He's certainly trying to flip the script from their last meeting. Zed is practically untouchable, securing another quick duel to put him in a position to end this right now. Game over. Zed nails the final shot from the boxes to close out the series. He's just on a completely different level this afternoon, proving exactly why he's been so unstoppable today. Ignis comes out strong, capitalizing on that height advantage from the ramp to take the opening round. Zeth has been absolutely lethal today with a 15-2 record. It shows in how he's taking control of these early exchanges. He certainly has the momentum right now to challenge the overall lead in their head-to-head history. Ignis had a clean read there, catching Zeth right as he tried to use that boost. The higher rated player is definitely feeling the pressure early on. Zeth keeps the pressure high, taking this one quickly and shutting down that ramp angle. He's proving why the oddsmakers liked him as the favorite today. Ignis is really taking advantage of that verticality, quickly pulling ahead to a one-round lead. Ignis looks solid, comfortably leading the series 4-2. His head-to-head record doesn't seem to be helping him lately. Another effortless one for Ignis, securing the kill from the ramp to keep this hot streak alive. A really rough start for the higher ranked man. A flawless sequence from Zeth, showing some real grit to keep this contest close. The higher ranked player needs to find some answers quickly. He is refusing to back down, stepping up again to narrow this gap. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that 13-10 victory over Pyro. Unbelievable! He's completely flipped the script, evening things up with a perfect third straight round. Total reset of the board here as we head toward the half. A sharp response from Ignis to stop that slide and retake the lead. That was a fast recovery after the tougher match against Lancer. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead as we pause. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the books predicted for the top seed here. He's definitely showing the better form on this map today. Let's see who handles this switch better. Unreal. He barely walks away from that battle on the ramp, surviving with just a sliver of health. That was an absolute nail-biter for a second there. That's a totally clean finish for Zeth, who refuses to let his opponent slip away. That's a big mental reset for the favorite. Zeth isn't letting up, securing another victory to close the gap to just one. Ignis shuts down that ramp play, putting a stop to Zeth's mini run just in time. Zeth is definitely feeling the weight of that lower win rate today. He's staying stubborn, clawing back into this game to put himself right on the tail of the lead. He's definitely showing the resilience we'd expect from a high-ranked veteran. Ignis has really found a way to crack the code in their most recent meetings, winning their last 5 matchups head-to-head. It's a massive shift, considering how Zeth usually holds the upper hand in their overall history. He'll need to break that pattern quickly if he wants to claw back into this. That is a lightning-fast sequence as he puts himself just one round shy of the finish line. What a way to close it out! He secures the final blow to take the match. He's really putting a stranglehold on this rivalry lately. It's just not the result the higher ranked man was looking for today. Ignis holds a clear historical advantage here, winning 57% of their head-to-head clashes. Well, it's interesting to see them start strong, because Lancer actually managed to take their most recent encounter. It'll be a battle to see who can establish the long-term rhythm this series. Lancer is really finding their flow, leading 2-1. He really seems to be carrying that momentum from their previous meeting. And just like that, we're right back to a dead heat. Neither of these two is giving an inch today. Lancer edges ahead, pushing the tally to 3-2. Lancer is definitely playing like the favorite here. Lancer's just unstoppable, extending the gap to 4-2. Lancer certainly looks like the one to beat tonight. He's just on another level right now, keeping his composure to claim 3 straight. Lancer is leaning into his status as the favorite today. What a scrap! Ignis barely claws his way through that fight to halt the slide. He simply refused to go down with that tiny bit of health left. Ignis is currently sitting at a 6-12 record over the last day. That's a bit of a struggle compared to how he usually performs. It'll be a real test of mental fortitude to see if he can flip the script and recover from this deficit. Lancer simply dominating a 7-3 lead right now. The pressure is really mounting on his side now. Lancer is definitely justifying the faith today. Lancer denies the comeback effort by picking him right off the ramp. Lancer is completely commanding the pace here. Lancer heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. And honestly, he's completely flipped the script. We expected Ignis to hold the advantage, but he's struggling to put up any resistance right now. Lancer is practically cruising at 10-3 now. He's definitely playing his best game of the day so far. Lancer just can't be shaken, cleaning up another round from the ramp to keep the pressure high. It's a huge contrast to how his games went against Zed. Lancer looked completely in control, but Ignis is refusing to let this slip away quietly. Ignis is finally starting to fight back, putting together a pair of rounds to narrow that lead. It's a surprising turn of events considering the pre-match odds. He's completely shifted the energy here, taking a 3rd straight to keep the climb going. It's a far cry from how his previous game went against Zed. He shuts down that rally immediately, putting himself one step closer to the victory. Lancer stepped up quickly to snuff out that resurgence. Ignis manages to drag the battle out, finally ending the suspense with an untouched health bar. He managed to outplay the favorite in a cleaner set of exchanges. An intense brawl of a round, but he manages to survive the exchange. A really surprising turn for the favorite in this final stretch. Ignis continues his run, capitalizing on the blue side to push this set closer. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. He's just purely on fire right now, scoring another perfect round to keep this comeback alive. It's a total 180 from how this started. Unbelievable. Lancer barely survives that chaotic shootout to close it all out. He just barely held his ground through that final surge. To pull it off against someone who usually dominates this rivalry is huge. What a grind. Zeth has a heavy advantage in their lifetime head-to-head, winning over 60% of the time. That long-term dominance seems to be continuing today, with Zeth sitting at a strong 15-3 for the day. Lancer is going to need a huge shift in energy to get this back on track. He's just completely untouchable right now, carving out a huge early lead. His recent 7-12 day clearly hasn't helped him get warm here. A quick response here, as Lancer answers back to keep himself in this contest. He needed to make a statement early on to stay competitive. He is putting up a real fight now, taking his second straight to close the gap. What a turnaround! Lancer has completely flipped the script to even things up. The odds for this one are looking much closer now. Zeth recovers his footing, shutting down the momentum shift and edging ahead 4-3. That's a nice look for the favorite as he stays ahead. Zeth is leaning on that huge 15-3 run from today to build this cushion. You can see it in the way he's handling the pressure compared to Lancer's struggle to keep pace. If he keeps this level of precision, the gap will only widen. Zeth is absolutely taking over the map with 3 straight victories. Lancer hasn't quite found his flow since that 13-10 victory over Ignis. Lancer refuses to let the match slide, finding a way to snap that momentum. He's definitely proven that the gap between them isn't that wide. Zeth is cruising now with a commanding 7-4 lead. Zeth is making quick work of the underdog tonight. Zeth holds a 7-5 edge as we head into the break. I mean, he's doing his part to defy the expected outcome here. Lancer is still right in the mix, but the underdog is clearly playing with more confidence. Time to swap sides? He keeps the pressure high, continuing his push to close the distance. It's a high-stakes environment for anyone sitting outside the top 25. Zeth stretches his lead back out to 8-6. He's really showcasing that rating difference between them on the ladder. Zeth pulls further ahead, now sitting at 9-6. A strong performance for the top-seeded player in the match. The momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite as he keeps the winning streak alive. He really seems to have the upper hand in this rivalry. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that chaotic exchange to keep his hopes alive. That was a nerve-wracking finish to claw back a bit of ground. He's showing some serious grit, racking up 2 straight to keep this fight alive. Zeth is definitely feeling the heat now after that early dominance. Zeth shuts that down quickly, catching Lancer right as he stepped up the ramp. He's looking a lot more comfortable now compared to the rank 33 player. Zeth puts himself on the verge of victory after a tight duel. Lancer's recent 13-10 win over Ignis is starting to feel like a fluke. He's managing to stay composed despite the deficit. Boom. Zeth shuts the door with a perfectly clean finish to secure the series. He's really making a name for himself today, continuing that incredible run he's put together over the last few hours. Zeth came out flying there, securing that early advantage from the high ground. Zeth has been absolutely on fire today with a 16-3 record over the last day. It's a huge contrast to how he's starting this particular set. I wonder if the early pressure is getting to him. Unreal, he barely walks away from that exchange with a sliver of health left. The higher rated player is asserting his dominance early on. Deadlock now as Ignis forces this set to parity. We're seeing a mirror image of their last head-to-head match. Ignis takes the lead, putting Zeth on the back foot. Hard to believe he's the one struggling right now. Absolutely ruthless. He just picked him right off the box to move the score to 4-2. The momentum has completely shifted now, as Ignis holds a strong 3-round advantage. He's certainly not playing like the favorite in this one. Zeth keeps his composure here, taking a clean round to narrow that gap. He's finally starting to look like the top-seeded player in this match. Ignis is really making a name for himself here, utilizing that elevation perfectly to stay in control. He secures another win from the box, proving he's not going down without a fight. He stays sharp to secure another win, putting up a serious fight as we head toward the break. We've got a 6-6 deadlock as we head into the break. Ignis has really stepped up to the plate here to keep things competitive. It's a toss-up now, despite Zeth having the higher rating. Clean slate for both of them. A tentative start to the half that ended in a completely clean victory as he continues to claw back into this. He's definitely looking more comfortable now after that rocky start. What a scrap! Both players were trading heavy damage, but he just barely scrapes through with a tiny bit of health left. Absolute chaos in that one, just barely survived. Ignis just keeps the pressure on, leading 8-7. His recent head-to-head record in this pair is tipping further in his favor. He looks completely untouchable right now, shutting things down to tie the score at 8-8. He's finally finding the stability he needs to keep pace. Good grief, he almost didn't make it. A complete war of attrition that he somehow manages to pull off. It's a bit of a grind given how they've played today. Zeth continues his climb, shutting things down again to bring us back to a dead heat. The pressure is definitely mounting for the top-seeded contender. Ignis edges ahead, taking a narrow 1-point lead. He really has a knack for beating the higher-rated players. Ignis is putting on a clinic right now. 2 quick rounds in a row and the momentum is firmly on his side. Zeth is refusing to fold, taking another clean win from the box to keep this series alive. That exchange was lightning fast. Another clutch exchange for the favorite and we are completely level at 11-11. Tension is peaking as we enter the final stretch of regulation. What a statement! He takes full control of the exchange to put himself 1 point away from victory. A huge amount of pressure for someone who entered as the heavy favorite. What a finish! He closes this out with a picture-perfect shot to claim the map. He really stepped up his game to shut down that massive win streak Zeth was riding today. Truly a gutsy performance, tough loss for Zeth. Ignis holds a strong lead with over 1,000 total head-to-head wins in their history. It's an interesting dynamic because Lancer has really been the one controlling their most recent meetings. It will be a fight to see if Ignis can reclaim that historical edge today. Absolutely chaotic exchange. He barely walks away from that fight with a sliver of health. Lancer seems to have the upper hand today. Lancer is playing this map beautifully, securing another quick round from the ramp. Lancer has been the more consistent player lately. Lancer is now just a single step ahead. Lancer has been struggling a bit with that 7-13 run today. The momentum is swinging back to Ignis, who just won a fierce showdown right there on the ramp. The pressure is on the perceived favorite to reclaim control. He's completely took over the server, securing another quick kill to keep this streak alive. He manages to clear the ramp and brings this set right back to a dead heat. Lancer is certainly making the most of his status as the favorite. Ignis narrowly edges ahead as we hit round 9. His latest result against Zeth suggests this is a bit of a grind. And we're back to a stalemate at 5 apiece. The gap in their ladder ratings is barely noticeable. Lancer had no trouble clearing that ramp, and now he's firmly in the driver's seat. The current form reflects that recent victory he grabbed on Mapas. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's definitely proving why the odds favored him today. We'll see if Ignis can close the gap after the side switch. Time for a fresh start. Lancer clings to a razor-thin lead at 7-6. He's staying aggressive despite those struggles earlier against Zeth. Lancer is looking really comfortable from that ramp position, quickly responding to keep this lead intact. What a scramble! He digs deep to survive that exchange and secures the round from the ramp, squeezing out another narrow victory there. We are completely locked in a deadlock at 8-all. His high rating isn't helping him out right now. He's in complete control now, picking up his third straight victory to grab a one-round lead. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected today. Unreal. He just wipes Lancer off the ramp to bring this streak up to 4. That's an incredible shift in momentum compared to their last meeting. Lancer answers right back with a spotless kill from the ramp. Slightly higher rated, and he's proving it with that precision. Ignis is putting a lot of pressure on Lancer right now, quickly extending that gap to 2 rounds. A lightning fast reaction to snap back into the lead. What a huge play to shut things down off that ramp, putting Ignis on match point. Just a sheer display of raw aim to get that lead to 3. Lancer is refusing to go down easily, shutting that door with a perfect snapshot. A critical stop that keeps this fight alive. Lancer just can't be shaken, finding another huge kill from the ramp to stay in the game. He is really digging in and refusing to let this set slide. Incredible! Lancer denies him from the ramp to force this set into overtime. Total reset here as we head into the overtime block. He just completely dismantled Lancer to seize control of this overtime map. He's proving to be a tough opponent for the ranked favorite today. A gritty battle that ends in his favor, keeping the dream alive at 13-13. Absolutely nails that shot to keep things dead even. Ignis just claimed that huge vantage point on the ramp to push the lead back up. He's managing to shake off the loss from their recent Mappas clash. What a brutal slugfest. He survives a desperate exchange to put himself one round away from the victory. Lancer just can't find a way to halt this current surge. Unbelievable. Ignis closes it out right here to seize the victory. Just a massive show of resilience to pull that out in overtime. He really dug deep to get his revenge for that last encounter. What a fight! Unreal! That was a total slugfest, and Lancer barely edges it out with a sliver of health remaining. Zeth tried to play it from the ramp, but Lancer just read him perfectly. It's a sudden shift for someone who have held such a dominant H2H lead. Zeth has been absolutely clinical lately with a 16-4 record today, and that momentum is starting to translate into a real pressure point for Lancer. He's managing to take control of the server despite the early deficit. And just like that, we're all square at 2 apiece. He's really leaning into that superior head-to-head record. Lancer claws back the lead with a free 2 advantage. He's really fighting against that long-term history today. Lancer is really starting to build some serious momentum here as he pulls away from the underdog. Lancer is really defying his lower ladder position right now. A completely effortless victory there, and he's just not letting up. Really capitalizing on a tough stretch of games lately. Zeth secures another point from the ramp, refusing to let the gap widen. The favorites are starting to find their footing in this series. What a high pressure hold from Zeth, staying completely untouched to close the gap. The high-seeded side is finally starting to push back. Lancer secures that one from the boost, keeping his narrow lead as we head toward the midpoint. A really solid performance from him considering the ranking gap here. What a fight. He claws back yet another round in a frantic exchange, refusing to go down easy. Lancer really needs to tighten up his defense here. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the intermission. Everything is going exactly as predicted so far. He looks very comfortable with this map, and Zeth is simply struggling to close the gap. Time for a quick reset. A perfectly executed exchange as he opens the second half with a clean strike. He's showing why he entered this duel as the heavy favorite. Lancer is putting on a clinic here, simply refusing to let Zeth establish any sort of rhythm. He's really putting on a display against the higher rated player today. He stays completely healthy through a surprisingly long exchange, keeping his hopes alive. The momentum has completely stalled for the leading side. Zeth owns a staggering 124-78 head-to-head lead over this opponent. Well, it's definitely starting to feel like that historical weight is becoming a real burden for him in this specific match. Lancer is fighting a losing battle against the history books, yet he's the one closing in on the finish line. He nearly went down there, but Lancer barely manages to scrape through a frantic shootout. He's fighting a tough stretch after a challenging 7-14 round today. Zeth is showing some real grit here, refusing to let this game slide away. It's a real battle of wills now between these two. Lancer is really starting to put a stranglehold on this map, showing some incredible poise in these closing moments. Lancer is definitely playing with house money right now. Zeth is refusing to fade, stepping up once again to keep this series alive. Absolutely effortless. He's fully raised that gap to level the score. Absolute deadlock as we enter the final stretch. He's on fire right now, cruising to match point with a completely clean sequence. The confidence is radiating off him right now. Absolute brilliance from Zeth, capping off an incredible comeback to seal the victory. Lancer really played his heart out, but he just couldn't stop that final roll of momentum. He'll be gutted to let this one slip. Tough loss for Lancer. Zeth has been on an absolute tear today with a 17-4 record. It's a huge contrast to Ignis, who's really trying to find some stability after a tough stretch of matches. We'll see if the momentum carries him through. Ignis holds a narrow lead, putting Zeth under pressure. The favored man is really struggling to get any traction here. Another effortless trade, and he's completely shifted the pace of this game. The higher rated player is really feeling the heat right now. Goodness, what a scrap! He barely survives that, but he's just completely taken over this map. His recent win over Lancer didn't prepare him for this sequence. He's just untouchable right now, keeping the pressure high with another perfect round. He's completely outplayed the higher rated man in this series. He's just not letting up, extending that run to 6 straight. He's really making a statement after that close call on the dunes. Zeth finally gets back into the game with a clean win. A tight contest, especially given their nearly even all-time record. Ignis entered this map with a historical advantage over Zeth, but we're seeing a completely different story today. This specific matchup is usually a toss-up, so I wonder if Zeth can finally capitalize on this momentum. What a chaotic fight! Ignis manages to clutch out a victory with barely anything left in the tank. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's performing exactly as we expected he would. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can claw back those 4 rounds in the second half. Time for a fresh start. Ignis is firmly in control at 8-5. Zeth has clearly got the upper hand in their overall history. Ignis is pulling away now, sitting pretty at 9-5. He's really taking advantage of that historical map edge. Holy cow, he barely hangs on. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he edges out the victory. Ignis is just dominating the server, leading 10-6. It's a tough climb back for the rank 25 player. That was a lightning fast exchange. Ignis is just completely outclassing him right now. These two are just trading blows back and forth now. Neither one is letting the other get a footing. He just needs one more to wrap this up. The momentum shift is complete for the underdog here. Absolute perfection for the final blow. Ignis closes it out and secures the victory. He just completely shut down the favorites' momentum. It's an incredible way to snap that losing skid and turn things around. Ignis really owns this rivalry with 1099 total victories over Lancer. It's interesting because Lancer actually entered this one as the slight favorite. I'm curious to see if that psychological edge can flip the script here. Ignis is putting on a clinic, leading 2-1. He's finally shaking off that rough start to the day. Lancer has completely flipped the momentum, wiping away that early deficit in a flash. Ignis stretches his lead to 3-2 with that clutch win. He's certainly leaning on that recent hot streak today. What a fight! Lancer barely walks away from that chaotic exchange to tie things up. Both of these guys are fighting a tough uphill battle in their overall records today. Lancer edges ahead, taking a slim 4-3 lead. The rank 34 player is really making his presence felt. We're all squared up at 4-4, completely deadlocked. It's tough for Lancer to shake those recent losses from his head. Ignis is starting to look like the stronger player today, which really aligns with how these two usually match up. He struggled to close out his games lately. A total shutout. Ignis keeps this run rolling, moving his lead up to 6-4. Lancer reacts fast to answer back, keeping things close before the break. A tough run of form lately, but he's staying in the fight. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break, and honestly this plays out exactly as we thought it would. Lancer is scrappy, but Ignis is proving why he's the stronger side in this map matchup. Fresh start for both players here. Lancer surges ahead, now holding a narrow 7-6 lead. Lancer has definitely found some stability after those early setbacks. Lancer is in shocking form right now, having put together a strong 4-round run. He's usually at a disadvantage on this map. It's rare to see him push a pace like this given his usual struggle in these matchups. If he can hold his momentum, it's a complete shift in power. Lancer just shuts down the ramp, securing another round to move a step closer to victory. He's really putting on a clinic despite those recent struggles. He's simply unstoppable right now, pushing his current run to 5 straight. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from his previous matches. Lancer is on an absolute tear, sitting just one step away from the victory. Lancer is really making the most of his favorite status right now. What a response! He takes control from the boxes to halt Lancer's charge. A high impact play that completely changes the energy of this series. He's keeping the dream alive, finding his second straight win to delay the inevitable. He's definitely showing why he's a dangerous opponent in this format. And there it is. Lancer survives that heavy firefight to claim the victory. He really puts a dent in that massive historical gap today. Lancer had to fight for it, but he's walking away with a huge win. Zeth puts up a strong start, claiming the high ground on the toolbox to take the first round. Zeth has a clear advantage in their head-to-head history with a lead of 125 to 78. It's interesting to see him struggling right now given how much he's usually owned this particular matchup. We'll see if Lancer can keep this momentum going. A grueling exchange of fire, but Lancer comes out on top to extend his lead. The higher rated player is looking very vulnerable right now. Zeth answers back immediately with a lightning fast snap to keep things close. Unreal, Lancer barely survives that exchange, clawing back the advantage despite Zeth having the window height. That's a tough break for the one who's been dominating the day. Lancer is just running away with it at 5-2. It's a surprisingly clean run for the lower ranked player. Both players traded heavy damage in a chaotic slugfest, but Lancer managed to outlast him. He's really leaning into the historical map advantage here. Zeth manages to secure this one, putting down a shot from the blanks to narrow the gap. A crucial push for him, especially after that tough loss to Ignis. Lancer is simply too quick for him right now, shutting down Zeth's attempt to hold those planks. Lancer is really capitalizing on this particular encounter. Lancer is really ignoring the rankings here, as Zeth is comfortably ahead of him on the ladder. Well, it's a huge shift in dynamic compared to how Zeth has played other matches today. He'll need to find a way to stop the slide quickly. Lancer holds a solid 8-4 lead going into the break. Honestly, everything is playing out exactly as we thought it would. He's clearly the man to beat on this map right now. Time to see a new response. Lancer's firmly in control with an 8-5 cushion. Zeth's deep experience in the overall record is starting to weigh in. Lancer is just dominant, pushing his lead to 9-5. Lancer is simply on another level right now, completely shutting Zeth out of the server. He's certainly playing like he's forgot about that last 13-11 loss. Zeth shuts that down quickly, taking the fight straight to Lancer on the ramp. Zeth is finally starting to fight back, putting together a nice little string of rounds here. He completely clears out the ramp for another round, refusing to let his opponent breathe. The gap is closing rapidly now. He's absolutely on fire, claiming another win from the toolbox to bring this game back within reach. Lancer needs to find an answer before he completely drops this. Absolutely unbelievable. He secures a 5th straight win from the ramp to tie this thing up. Absolute total reset of the server at this point. He's just not letting up, 6 straight now for Zeth, and he's officially climbed into the lead. He's finally asserting the authority we expected from his rating. He's just in a different gear, taking another effortless round from the ramp to move within one of victory. What a performance! Zeth storms back from that deficit to close out the match. Lancer fought so hard for that lead, but he just couldn't hold the line against that final push. What a fight!
Zeth entered this map as the favorite and is currently riding an 18-5 record over the last day. It's quite a contrast to Ignis, who has struggled to find any momentum lately. We'll see if that early lead translates into a commanding performance. Zeth holds a slim lead, putting the pressure on Ignis. That was a lightning fast reset from him. This is getting incredibly tight. It's a dead heat right now, with neither player able to pull away. Ignis now takes a commanding 3-2 lead. The historical matchup between these two is almost perfectly split. He's simply not missing right now, extending his lead with another effortless point. He's not letting that higher ladder standing save him right now. He is on absolute fire now, securing his 4th straight point. The underdog is completely taken over right now. Zeth answers back with a strong showing, proving he isn't easily shaken. He's got to find a way to reclaim his footing early here. He's continuing this push, refusing to let that early deficit slow him down. It's a huge shift from that early struggle we saw. Ignis has been the dominant side lately, winning 5 straight matchups against Zeth. It's a surprising dynamic considering how high Zeth sits on our rating. We're seeing that mental edge really play out in the current scoreline. Ignis takes the 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he is proving why he's usually the favored player in this pairing. He really clamped down on those mid-half rounds to hold his ground. Let's see if Zeth can swing it. He's refusing to let his opponent run away with this, securing a clean trade to keep the pressure high. An incredibly fast exchange to keep this series within reach. He's completely erased the gap, bringing the score dead even. The gap in their current form is starting to look very narrow. Unbelievable! Ignis clutched that out, scraping by with practically nothing left in the tank. Absolute hard stopper of a finish there. Zeth is staying composed, showing real grit as he pulls this series level. He's really fighting to prove that pre-match favorite status. Ignis edges ahead by 1, reclaiming the lead. The lower ranked player is really stepping up his game today. Ignis pulls away again, now leading 10-8. The lower rating hasn't hindered him one bit in this set. He's showing a lot of heart right now, continuing this surge to close the gap. That was an incredibly sharp response to stay in this. Zeth is showing an incredible level of resolve, securing a perfect exchange to tie things up. Absolute chaos as this duel swings back to a deadlock. Ignis is putting on a masterclass of efficiency here, shutting down Zeth's momentum in a heartbeat. He is just one step away from ending this match. The mental pressure is clearly mounting for the top seed here. Unreal, Ignis closes it out with a quick burst to claim the victory. He really defied the odds today. Zeth put up a hell of a fight, but he just couldn't close the door. What a match!
Ignis has held the long-term advantage in their head-to-head history, winning over 57% of their encounters. But Lancer is the one with all the momentum right now after their previous win. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries over for the rest of this set. Ignis is nearly there with a slim 2-1 lead. It's a bit of a different story since that 13-8 loss. He's simply on fire right now, taking complete control of the server. The predicted favorite is really struggling to stay in this. Unbelievable. He is simply untouchable, putting Lancer in a hole with that 4th straight victory. He's really turning the tide from that early setback. Lancer looks sharp here, shutting down the momentum and clawing his way back into this. Lancer is starting to show why he was tipped to win today. Ignis has a much stronger recent record with a 70% win rate in his last 10 matches. He's definitely riding that wave of confidence to push his lead. We'll see if he can put this in the bag before Lancer finds an answer. Ignis is pulling away now with a commanding 6-3 lead. That was a brutal slugfest, but he comes out on top to keep this rally going. It's becoming a real battle of nerves as the favorites square up. He's completely unstoppable right now, storming back into this with another win to his name. He's proving his status as the slight favorite in this clash. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. Well, this basically mirrors the map stats, where both players are sitting on a 49% win rate. It's a total stalemate going into the second half. Time for a fresh start. What a scrap! He manages to claw through a desperate firefight to take the lead. Lancer is clearly feeling the pressure of the lead right now. A completely effortless kill as Lancer continues to tear through the opposition to find the 2-round edge. Lancer holds a narrow 8-7 grip on this series. Lancer has a bit of a struggle on his hands with an 8-16 record today. Lancer just got picked off the box and Ignis is really starting to flip the script here. He's definitely showing why the odds were in his favor earlier. What a fight! He barely manages to edge out that battle from the Tetris to keep the streak alive. A rougher slate for the man on the other end today. He's simply relentless, moving to a 4-game slide for the opposition. Lancer's side of the bracket is looking really tough right now. Absolutely crushing it. He has just steamrolled through another round to take a commanding lead. This is looking more like a total washout now. He's simply in a different gear now, putting himself just one step away from victory. Lancer simply can't find any answer for him right now. And that's it. A complete shutdown to close out the series in style. He just completely erased that early deficit to secure the win, finally getting his revenge for their last meeting. What a scramble! Lancer barely scrapes through that opening exchange to take the lead. Unbelievable. That was a total war of attrition, and he manages to survive with a sliver of health. He's fighting an uphill battle against a higher rated player. Zeth is coming in with a strong 18-6 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this set. Given how often he's outperformed Lancer in their history, Zeth should be able to flatten this match out early. We're completely deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. He's definitely proving why he holds the upper hand in the overall head-to-head. Lancer holds a slim lead as we head into round 5. Lancer is putting on a real fight despite the rating gap. Zeth is just too quick for him, catching Lancer perfectly as he played the ramp. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure of his rough 8-17 day. Zeth pulls ahead, taking a narrow command of the series. Lancer claws it back to tie things up at 4. The underdog is really digging in his heels here. The pace has slowed down significantly this round. We're seeing a bit more movement before the final shot. He looks much more comfortable than he did in that loss against Ignis. Holy cow, what a scramble! Lancer survives an absolute firefight to bring this set back to a dead heat. He just can't seem to stay down today. Lancer is putting together a really nice sequence here, taking the round while holding that ramp position. A deadlocked 6-6 split as we move to the second half. Well, Lancer is refusing to fold despite entering as the favorite. He's barely surviving these encounters, but he's staying in the fight against Zeth's momentum. Let's see who blinks first now. Zeth edges forward, currently leading by a single point. He's really channeling that dominance we've seen in their long history. Zeth's overall control over this head-to-head is a huge factor here, boasting a win rate of 62% across their history. So yeah, it looks like he's finally translated that historical dominance into a meaningful lead in the second half. He's clearly the one in control of the tempo right now. He's simply in a different gear right now, extending the lead to 10 rounds. Lancer is really struggling to find an answer to this onslaught. Lancer responds instantly, shutting down that surge with a rapid reaction. Lancer just can't keep the momentum moving in his direction. Zeth is firmly back in the driver's seat. This mirrors the close result we saw in their last meeting on Fast Aim. Zeth is back in control and just a single round away from victory. Total confidence coming from Zeth right now. Lancer manages to come through and keep his hopes alive for a bit longer. Lancer is fighting tooth and nail to avoid a quick exit. Lancer is staying sharp, shutting things down completely to keep this set alive. He's really starting to find some openings in the defense. Unbelievable. He survives on a thread and closes that gap again to keep the series alive. He's displaying some incredible resilience in these clutch moments. What a turnaround! He's just completely shut down that side of the server with another win. He's completely taking over this side of the match. Boom! Zeth closes it out with an effortless shot to secure the series victory. Lancer really pushed him to the limit there, especially with those insane near-death saves throughout the set. He just couldn't find that final touch. Hard-fought win. What a fight! Zeth barely scrapes through that one to take an early lead. Zeth has been absolutely lethal today, with a record of 19-6 over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's carrying a lot of confidence into this one. He's not letting that previous loss to Ignis get in his head. Zeth is on fire, taking a commanding 3-deal lead after an effortless exchange. The top seed is definitely making his presence felt early on. A perfectly timed shot puts him back on the board and breaks that opening rush. The underdog is definitely fighting back to keep things interesting. He's showing some real grit here, closing the gap further after a flawless exchange. He's putting a lot of pressure on the top seed right now. Zeth still holds a 2-round cushion here. Zeth is leaning into that higher seed advantage right now. Zeth is firmly in control with a 5-2 lead. The higher rated player is simply too precise right now. That was a grueling scrap, but Zeth outlasts him to reclaim the momentum. Zeth is really asserting himself as the top dog in this pair. Ignis manages to reset the pace with a clean win. He's historically performed quite well against his opponent. He's refusing to go away, securing back-to-back rounds to chip away at that deficit. The underdog is really making the favorite sweat now. He's just refusing to let up, completing another strong win to keep this surge going. Just a few rounds ago, the momentum looked completely different. Zeth goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's completely defying the odds right now. Ignis was supposed to run away with this one, but the underdog is firmly in the driver's seat. Fresh start for both players. A messy battle of attrition, but he outlasts the opponent to narrow the gap. He's starting to carve out a real path to victory here. Ignis holds a narrow lead with 43 wins in their head-to-head history. The stronger pedigree in this rivalry makes him a threat even when he's behind. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can finally break that pattern and close this out. Zeth shuts down the opposition's rally with another sharp exchange, extending his lead to 10. The rating gap is showing as he pulls ahead here. A tidy exchange there, and the underdog gets back into the swing of things. A strong historical edge on this layout helps his cause. Another fast one for Ignis, who looks completely unfazed by the score gap. He's clearly not intimidated by the gap in their ranking. Zeth is really putting the squeeze on here, refusing to let Ignis build any real momentum. Zeth puts an end to the mini-rally, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Everything is falling into place for the favorite. He refuses to go down easily, surviving that exchange without losing a single point of health. Absolute perfection in that final trade. Zeth secures the victory and closes out the series. A solid performance to get the job done. He managed to break that losing streak against this opponent and walks away with the win. Ignis has a strong overall lead with 1100 career wins over Lancer. It's a tough spot for him now though, because the recent momentum has clearly shifted in this series. I wonder if he can find a way to reclaim that control. Lancer is really riding a wave at 2-1. A massive shift for him after those 3 straight losses earlier. Ignis is really taking advantage of the height here, grabbing that lead from the toolbox. Ignis edges ahead and now holds a 3-2 lead. Lancer's been having a tough day so far with 8 wins total. He's just on fire right now, taking full control of this game. That's a brutal run of games for Lancer today. Absolutely crushing it. Ignis keeps the heat up with another win from the window. Lancer is really struggling to put together any positive numbers today. Lancer responds instantly, showing some real grit to get back into this. Lancer really needs to make this early edge count. Ignis is just too fast for him, catching Lancer right as he tried to hold that ramp. He's certainly playing the part of the favorite right now. Ignis is making that window feel like a fortress right now. Lancer's been struggling today with a rough 8-18 record. Another clean take for Ignis, putting on a show just before we head into the break. A tough way to enter the break for someone who started as the favorite. Ignis takes a huge lead into the break, leading 9-3. I mean, everything is playing out exactly how we wanted with the favorite in full command. Lancer just can't find a way to stop him. Let's see if Lancer wakes up. Lancer manages to outpeak Ignis from the ramp, proving he can still trade blows here. He's really battling uphill after that tough series against Zeph. Lancer has really struggled with his consistency today, coming in with a poor 8-18 record over the last 24 hours. It makes sense why he's having such a hard time closing out rounds against someone as stable as Ignis. He's just lacking that spark we usually see from him. Unbelievable. Lancer clings to a mere 2 health points to secure this win from the ramp. Pure luck or sheer skill, he simply refused to go down. A perfect response to secure the match point, leaving his opponent in the dust. The momentum has shifted heavily away from the pre-match favorite. What a way to close it out! Ignis secures a total victory to end the game. He really just walked all over him on this map. Lancer's had a rough go of it today and it's starting to show. Zeth looks sharp right out of the gate, utilizing that ramp to secure the early lead. Zeth has an incredibly dominant historical lead, with 127 head-to-head wins over Lancer. That long-term advantage seems to be fueling his confidence today. It's making a huge difference, since Lancer has been struggling so much in his recent series. An absolute shutout so far as he moves into a commanding 4-round lead. He's just totally untouchable right now, extending the lead to 5 straight. Lancer is really feeling the weight of that 8 and 19 day. A fast reaction from Lancer gets him back on the board. He's looking for a spark after those rough losses earlier today. Zeth stays firmly in control with a 6-1 lead. He's riding a huge wave of momentum after that strong day. Both players fought for that same high ground, but Zeth was just a split second faster. Lancer is really struggling to stop the bleeding today. The tide has completely turned as Zeth puts together a trio of quick wins. It feels like a replay of their previous meeting today. He's completely taking over the server, putting together an impressive 4-round tier. The rating difference is showing in this server. He is just in a completely different league right now, moving to 10-1 as we head toward the break. Zeth takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. Well, the odds gave Lancer the edge, but he's just not showing up today. We're looking at a potential disaster for the favorite. Lancer needs a huge wake-up call. Zeth has been on an absolute tear lately, coming into this series with a 26 record over the last day. It's really showing in how effortlessly he's controlling the pace of this game. He'll need to stay focused now that Lancer has finally started to fight back. That's a huge response from Zeth, putting an end to Lancer's little rally. His recent form is night and day compared to his opponent. That was a swift reaction to shut down the momentum shift, putting him just one step away from victory. Lancer manages to pick him off the box, keeping the series alive for now. A critical point of failure on that elevation. Game over. Zeth closes the door with a perfect final exchange to secure the win. Lancer simply had no answers for that level of precision today, which really just cements the gap between them right now. Zeth has been absolutely on fire today with a 21-6 record. It's no surprise he's leading here, especially after already taking a close series from Ignis earlier this session. He really has the upper hand right now. Zeth is looking really comfortable right now, using that high ground to put a lot of pressure on Ignis. He's certainly proven why he entered this one as the clear favorite. Zeth just keeps rolling, extending his lead to 3-1. It's a tough spot for the rank 31 player to be in. Another flawless exercise from him, digging in from the ramp to keep the momentum swinging his way. Simply too fast as he clears the ramp to push his lead to 5. Zeth is put in a complete stranglehold on this series. Ignis finally answers back, dragging Zeth off the ramp to get his second point. Interestingly, a fight that's usually dead even overall. That was a total scramble, but Zeth manages to edge him out in that head-to-head battle on the ramp. Ignis is actually the one with the upper hand on this map, boasting a 49% win rate compared to Zeth's lower average. I mean, it's clearly working in his favor right now as he tries to claw back into this series. Zeth takes a strong position on the Tetris to keep this momentum moving his way. He's certainly capitalized on that recent 13-9 victory over Ignis. Zeth is comfortably cruising with a 3-round cushion. It's an interesting matchup given their dead even head-to-head record. Zeth holds an 8-4 advantage heading into the break. I mean, the underdog is simply outplaying the favorite right now. He is riding a wave of confidence that has Ignis looking completely lost. Time for Ignis to wake up. Zeth is staring down a dominant 9-4 lead. The higher seed is just too sharp for him tonight. Zeth is really starting to put the screws to him, continuing that ramp stronghold to reach 10 rounds. It's a repeat of what we saw on Blame Orange earlier today. The turnaround is complete and Zeth is back in control with a 3-round run. His ranking advantage is really showing in these high pressure rounds. Ignis wins this duel on the ramp, grabbing another round for himself. A quick exchange that gives him a little bit of breathing room. He secures another round from the ramp, bringing himself to the precipice of victory. He is firmly in control of this series. Ignis manages to shut him down right off the boxes to keep the dream alive. He needs to keep this pace up if he wants to close the gap. What a way to end it. Zeth closes out the server with a perfect final strike. He's just completely outclassing everyone in the server right now. Another huge win for Zeth as he continues this incredible run. Ignis holds a strong historical lead with over 1100 head-to-head wins. It feels like he's really capitalizing on that psychological edge, especially since Lancer has been struggling with a 5-match slide. This early lead could be the catalyst for another blowout. Ignis is just cruising with a commanding 2-0 lead. It's a tough start for someone coming off an 8-20 run today. Just an absolute wall right now. He's simply too fast for Lancer. His recent win against Lancer on fast aim looks like a pattern. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking a 4th straight round without taking any damage. Hard to believe the oddsmakers went with the other guy here. Lancer had some time to find an opening here, but he just can't stop the momentum. His current slump is really starting to show through. Just a complete blowout as he hits another perfect round. Definitely not the result expected given how things looked pre-match. He's just completely in control, claiming a perfect 7th round. The pre-match expectations are looking completely wrong right now. He's just an absolute force of nature, continuing the steer towards double digits. Finally, Lancer finds a gap in the defense and gets a round on the board. He's managed to find a lifeline in this server. Lancer is really starting to fight back, taking the advantage from the wine crates to keep this series alive. What a complete turnaround. He's now taken 3 straight to close the distance. Lancer is finally shaking off the weight of a tough morning. Ignis takes a 9-3 lead into the break. Well, it's pretty much gone exactly how we thought it would. That 8-round streak put him in total control, though Lancer did show some life right at the end. Let's see if Lancer can keep this pace. Lancer is currently sitting at 8-20 for the day, meaning he has had a rough run across the server. It's impressive to see him ignore that slump and keep putting up a fight. He clearly refuses to let this match be a washout. Ignis extends his cushion to 10-4 with that play. A tough slot to be in, especially with that 20% recent form. Ignis is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-5. A really clean trade for the underdog there. That was an incredibly fast trade. Lancer is looking sharp right now. The response time on that second one was practically instant. Lancer had a chance to put some pressure on here, but Ignis is keeping his lead secure. He barely let the underdog build any momentum there. A tough trade there, and he's now just a single round away from victory. The momentum has shifted completely away from the predicted favorite. Lancer manages to keep his hopes alive with another swift burst. Unbelievable! He digs deep to survive a total brawl and finally shuts the door on the series. He just completely shuts that door. After a rough outing today, Lancer had to walk away empty-handed once again. Zeth has been an absolute powerhouse today with a 22-6 record over the last day, and honestly, that high level of confidence is exactly why he's holding a significant lead in their head-to-head history. Lancer really needs to find a way to slow him down early. Lancer isn't letting Zeth get comfortable up high. That's a quick response to keep this close. He's really fighting against a rough stretch in his last 10. Zeth is putting on a clinic with a huge 3-1 cushion. The ranking gap is definitely playing a role here. Zeth is making this look easy, just picking Lancer right off that box. The lower seeded player is really struggling to keep up here. Lancer refuses to go down quietly, digging deep to claw back another round. He's playing with a chip on his shoulder as the underdog today. The A all-time record really shows Zeth's psychological edge here, as he's won 62% of their matchups. It makes sense why Lancer is struggling to find an answer right now. It will be interesting to see if he can break this pattern. Lancer is really hanging in there, putting together a strong push to narrow this gap. He is really cleaning up those exchanges right now. Zeth's still comfortably ahead at 6-4. He's putting that recent string of losses behind him now. A totally clean exchange here, as Lancer keeps the momentum swinging his way. He's really putting on the pressure as we head toward the break. Zeth takes the lead 7-5. I mean, it looks like the underdog is starting to pull away here. Lancer is fighting back, but he's clearly struggling to stop Zeth's momentum. Lancer needs a quick reset here. Zeth takes the advantage from the top and is really starting to put the screws to Lancer here. Lancer has had a tough run today, dealing with a rough 8-21 record. Unbelievable. That was an absolute slugfest, but Zeth manages to scrape by with a tiny sliver of health. Talk about a nail-biter of an exchange there. A total shutout as Zeth extends his lead and keeps the momentum firmly in his favor. Good grief. A total war of attrition there, but Zeth somehow manages to close it out for another win. He's really capitalizing on that rating advantage today. Another quick takedown and he's just one round away from victory. Total control for the favorite since the side switch. Lancer manages to survive a brutal exchange to keep his hopes alive. A clutch stand to avoid the sweep. Absolute chaos on the screen, but Lancer manages to edge out that fight to stay alive. Lancer is showing some real grit with those low health finishes. Lancer shuts that down from the box, keeping the streak alive in an incredibly tight fight. Lancer is refusing to just fade away here. What a finish. Zeth secures the final kill from the box to shut this series down. He's just on another level right now, and the momentum to the start of the day is clearly carrying over. Zeth is currently riding a strong wave with a 23-6 record over the last day. He's comfortably higher on our rating ladder than Ignis, but he hasn't been able to secure a win in their most recent head-to-head clashes. Let's see if that trend continues. Ignis is firmly in control, up 2-1. Zeth's a stronger presence on the ladder, and it's starting to show. That was practically instant. Ignis is just too quick for him right now. He's really making this look easy on the server. Ignis just cleaned up from the window, really putting the pressure on Zeth now. His opponent is usually a safe bet for these types of matchups. He's absolutely punishing Zeth, catching him right on the ramp for a 5th straight point. Zeth holds the window perfectly and secures a clean get on the ramp. The historical edge in this matchup is basically a toss-up. Unbelievable scrap. Both fought for control on the ramp, but Ignis barely claws out a win here. The lower ranked player is really taking charge here. Wow, what a chaotic exchange. He survives by the skin of his teeth to take a commanding lead. That's a tough spot to be in for someone who's traditionally a favorite. He catches Zeth right at the window to keep this momentum charging forward. A bit of a shocker given their recent 13-6 victory over him. Ignis simply refuses to let up, taking the opponent right off the ramp to push his lead to 9-2. Ignis takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going his way. He is comfortably controlling this map, just like we expected for this pairing. Time for Zeth to find his rhythm. Ignis is just too sharp today, keeping the pressure on with that kill off the ramp. It is tough to see the favorite this far back in the count. Ignis has taken the lead in 5 of their most recent head-to-head matchups. It's a stark contrast to how those two usually trade blows. Well, if he can just keep this pace, he's going to break a lot of hearts on the betting side today. Zeth puts a stop to the lead by picking Ignis off the ramp. He's starting to claw back into this. That's a huge swing in momentum for the underdog. Ignis is shutting things down, catching Zeth right on the ramp to extend the lead. That's a huge result for someone sitting lower on our ladder. What a fight! He manages to outlast Zeth in that brawl to move within 1 round of victory. A complete shutdown of that short-lived rally. A clean get from the ramp to keep things moving, but the pressure remains immense for him. Just a glimpse of hope for a guy who's been struggling. And there it is. Ignis shuts the door on this series with a finally hard-fought duel. He really just tore through that set. Zeth looked completely lost today, and it shows in that final tally. Ignis holds a significant lead in their long-term head-to-head history. He's entering this series with far more confidence after beating Lancer in their very last meeting. It'll be interesting to see if he can find that same rhythm here. Lancer catches him right off the ramp to secure a third straight round. Unexpected start, given his poor 8-22 record today. Finally, a response from Ignis, walking away from the duel without taking a single point of damage. It's looking more like the expected outcome now. He's showing a lot of grit here, putting up another win to tighten this series. Lancer is certainly feeling the pressure now. Lancer is cruising ahead with a commanding 4-2 lead. Lancer is certainly playing above his usual level today. Absolute perfection from Ignis, showing real tenacity to keep this scrap close. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. A complete flip in the map's momentum. He's just completely taken over the map, securing his third straight point. Lancer really needs to dig deep to find some answers here. A sharp exchange here, and he manages to claw back around to bring things level. A quick reset to make sure this stays a toss-up. Lancer barely keeps his narrow lead at 6-5. Lancer is defying those low win rates he's been seeing lately. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly he's completely flipped the script today. He's fighting much harder than his recent struggles suggest, putting the pressure right back on the top-ranked player. Time for a fresh start. He secures an advantage from the ramp, keeping the pressure on Lancer. A solid glimpse of the class difference we saw in those earlier meetings. Lancer has been really struggling today with an 8-22 record over the last 24 hours. Well, that makes this current lead all the more impressive. He's clearly finding a way to break that cycle against Ignis. He just refuses to go away, digging deep to keep the pressure mounting on Lancer. We're seeing the high tier accuracy that justifies his higher ranking. He's just completely dead set on leveling this match, and now the scoreboard is perfectly balanced. What a scrap! He barely edges this one out from the ramp to keep the momentum shifting. He's absolutely punishing every gap Lancer leaves open. He's completely in control now, walking away untouched for the 4th consecutive round. Just a massive swing from where we were at the half. Lancer finds his mark, picking him off the Tetris to stop the slide. He's fighting back from a really tough stretch today. He leverages the boost to take another round, steadily clawing back into this series. He's really starting to assert his dominance in this set. Lancer is putting on a clinic in a pressure cooker scenario, keeping this series tight as we head into the final stretch. It's a dogfight now with a 1-round difference. Lancer just deleted him off the ramp with some incredibly fast reaction time. This is an incredible turnaround for a guy who's been struggling today. Lancer secures another win from the boost to put himself one away from victory. He's making a real statement against the higher ranked player. What a way to force a stalemate. Ignis just erased that deficit to bring us into overtime. Total reset, a completely clean slate for this overtime stretch. The pace is just lightning fast now. These exchanges are happening in a blink. His head-to-head record doesn't suggest this is how things usually go. Lancer is putting a lot of pressure on him right now, really capitalizing on this momentum. Lancer keeps the heat on, taking out Ignis right off the ramp to move into a commanding position. Lancer is completely in the driver's seat now. What a finish! Lancer closes it out and claims the victory. He really showed the nerve to hold on through that overtime stretch. To pull this off after everything he's been through today is just legendary. What a fight! Zed has historically dominated this rivalry, winning 62% of their head-to-head encounters. It's clear that confidence is on his side today, given how strong his recent form has been. I wonder if Lancer can find a way to reverse the trend early on. Zed holds a slim lead as Lancer fights back. He looks locked in, especially with that strong 23-7 record today. Lancer is really feeling the pressure here as he lets Zed pull away further. Looking at the ladder, the rating difference is clearly showing. Zed just edges ahead with a 3-2 lead. Lancer is showing some real resolve despite that tough 9:22 run today. Zed is really starting to run away with his 4-2 lead. The ladder difference is starting to manifest in this series. Zed reads him perfectly, cutting him down just as he tried to hold that ramp. Zed completely shuts the door on any hope of a comeback with another effortless kill. That was a brutal exchange, but he emerges once again to keep this streak rolling. The favorite is putting on a clinic here. Zed's on fire, just completely outclassing his opponent with a 5th straight round. He's fully capitalizing on that higher rating right now. Lancer finally answers back, putting an end to that streak just before the half. A vital stop right there to get some momentum back. Zeth goes into the break with a healthy 8-4 advantage. You know, Lancer was supposed to take this, but the underdog is just not letting up. He needs to tighten up his defense if he wants to climb back into this. Fresh start for both guys. Lancer has really fought back from a poor 922 record today. And honestly, it's an impressive turnaround given how Zeth has been steamrolling most of his opponents. He's definitely proving that he can keep pace in this specific Zeth's cruising right now with a solid 9-5 cushion. It's a huge confidence boost since he's coming off a loss against Ignis. Zeth is dominating now with a 10-5 lead. Lancer is really struggling to hold his ground today. Lancer is reacting much faster now. He's really cutting through the defense to keep this fight alive. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Lancer hangs tough, trailing Zeth 10-7. A tenacious effort here, regardless of the rating difference. Lancer is surging now, securing a third straight win and putting an end to Zeth's momentum. Lancer is playing with a completely different level of confidence now. Zeth recovers quickly, shutting down that brief surge from his opponent. He's showing why he holds that ranking advantage. Zeth comes out on top of that bloodbath to bring himself to 12. That was an incredibly efficient clear to put him in the driver's seat. What a scrap! Lancer barely scrapes through that exchange to keep his hopes alive. That's another incredibly narrow escape for the trailing player. And that's it. Zeth finishes strong to close out the series. He just looked too sharp today, especially with those lightning fast reflexes on those opening duels. Ignis starts strong, picking Zeph right off the ramp to take the opening round. Zeph actually has a very impressive 24/7 record over the last day, but that hasn't translated into any early momentum here. It's surprising to see the odds-on favorite struggling to find an opening against someone like Ignis. Ignis is comfortably in the driver's seat at 2-1. Zeph definitely seems to have the upper hand in overall rating. We're all tied up now with Zeph fighting back. Their head-to-head history is perfectly split down the middle. Unreal. He barely scrapes by that engagement, walking away with a tiny sliver of health. Zeph manages to hold the ramp and secure another point to keep things dead even. He's definitely putting that higher ladder ranking to use. Zeph had no trouble dealing with the pressure, taking out Ignis right as he pushed up the ramp. It's a complete deadlock at 4-all for these two. It's tough to forget that Ignis swept the last 5 meetings between these two. Ignis is starting to build some real pressure here, catching Zeph out on the ramp to extend his lead. He's certainly not playing like the favorite right now. Ignis completely shuts him down from the ramp to keep the rally going. A really tough spot for the higher-seeded player right now. Zeph puts a stop to that surge and closes out the frame with a clean shot. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's controlling the pace just as we expected. He played the map well and is looking strong heading into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. What an insane scramble on the ramp. And Ignis just barely survives a total firefight. He's living on the edge of his seat right now. Absolute chaos there, but he manages to claw back into this just in time. That's an incredibly tight window of health to walk away with. Another lightning fast kill here as Zeth refuses to let his opponent pull away. Ignis just keeps the pressure on, catching Zeth on the ramp to pull further ahead. He is certainly proving to be a tough opponent today. Ignis really knows how to handle this specific matchup, taking the last 5 games he's played against Zeth. It's making that pre-match confidence in the opponent look misplaced. He's simply outperforming everything on paper right now. Ignis is making it very difficult for Zeth to build any real momentum right now. He really has a knack for getting the better of his opponent. Zeth manages to outduel him right there on the ramp, keeping the dream alive. He's really trying to prove that his seed belongs in this match. A brutal exchange of fire, but he's showing some real grit to stay in this. That's a quick response to get right back into the flow. Zeth secures another round from the ramp, completely erasing the gap to bring the series back to a dead heat. The momentum shift is real for the higher ranked player. Ignis enters back immediately, reclaiming the edge and moving within striking distance of the finish. And there it is, a flawless final play to close it all out and secure the victory. He just couldn't close the gap when it mattered most. The mental fortitude on display here was just a level above. Hard-fought win. Ignis holds a huge overall advantage with 1102 total wins against Lancer. He's a clear favorite for a reason, but Lancer actually took the most recent encounter between these two. I wonder if that previous win gives him the confidence to close this gap. Lancer is now firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He just outplayed him from the box to make it 3 straight. Lancer is really putting on a show today despite his rough recent run. Unbelievable! He barely survives a wild shootout to claw 1 deck. Lancer's been struggling today with that 923 record. Lancer looks unstoppable, commanding a comfortable 4-2 lead. Ignis really needs to find some answers before the halfway mark. Ignis has finally narrowed it down to a 1-round gap. The momentum has completely shifted back to Ignis, who now looks poised to take the lead. He's a bit of a struggle lately, looking at those last 10 games. He claims the lead from the box, taking full control of the match. He's showing a bit more consistency than his last few games. Absolute chaos in this one. Lancer survives a brutal trade to level the score at 5-5. Talk about a nail biter. He barely walked away from that one. Ignis edges ahead, pushing his tally to 6. Lancer has been battling hard through a tough set of games today. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing like the favorite we expected him to be. He's got the edge for now, but Lancer is still very much in the fight. Let's see if Lancer can rally. Ignis is clutching a skinny 1-point advantage. Both players are effectively deadlocked when it comes to their map success. Ignis makes quick work of him, simply refusing to let Lancer keep that high ground. Lancer's been having a tough time in his last 10 games. Ignis barely holds his ground with an 8-7 lead. He's certainly keeping those underdog odds in perspective. Ignis has a 60% win rate over his last 10 games, showing he's finally found his footing. It's a stark contrast to Lancer, who's really struggling with the weight of a low win percentage lately. He needs a spark fast. What a fight! He barely manages to hold the box, scraping through with a sliver of health. A complete reversal of fortunes from the last exchange. Ignis pulls further ahead, extending it to a 2-round cushion. That was an incredibly fast exchange to settle the score. Ignis is moving through these exchanges so quickly, he's just not giving Lancer any room to breathe. The rank 30 seed is really asserting his dominance now. He takes control from the box, moving just 1 step away from victory. Unreal! He weathers the storm in a fierce trade to close out the series. Lancer really put up a fight early on, but he just couldn't find that second win to close it out. absolute chaos in the opening. Lancer barely edges out Zeth in a brutal slugfest. Zeth holds a massive historical edge with a 62% head-to-head win rate. Well, it is a bit surprising to see him struggling this early given how usually dominant he is in this specific pairing. I wonder if the pressure is getting to him. Lancer is cruising now with a commanding 3-1 lead. It's quite a turnaround after Zeth dominated their last encounter. Zeth is refusing to let this slide. We're essentially back to a deadlock now. It's a rougher day for Lancer, who's currently sitting at 9-24. Lancer maintains his grip with a solid 4-2 lead. Lancer is really fighting through a tough day overall. Zeth is closing the gap, trailing just 1 now. His recent form has been a struggle compared to the top seed. Zeth has been putting up some incredible numbers today with a 24-8 record. He is definitely playing like the favorite here, despite the current score. It will be interesting to see if he can finally translate that overall energy to a lead in this specific series. Total parity now, as Zeth and Lancer sit tied. Lancer is really feeling the pressure from that last Mappa series. Another effortless round for Zeth, who's now completely taken control of the momentum. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He is absolutely playing like the man to beat right now. Despite the pre-match expectations, Zeth looked completely sharp during that 4-round run to secure the advantage. Lancer really needs a spark here. What a fight! Lancer manages to survive by a hair after an absolute war of attrition. Absolutely clutch to walk away with such a sliver of health. We are completely deadlocked at 7-all. He's really fighting back after that tough loss on Mappas. Lancer is suddenly on fire, racking up another win to take a narrow lead. It is a complete flip from the usual hierarchy between these two. Zeth answers back quickly to put things right at the deadlock. Lancer is really grinding out a tough road tonight. Lancer is really starting to put the pressure on, catching Zeth right as he stepped off the ramp. Lancer is really putting his training to use tonight. Pure tension as we hit a 9-9 stalemate. Lancer has definitely been the more resilient one today, despite the odds. Lancer pulls ahead by 1 in a nail-biter. An impressive display of grit for someone sitting at the 36th spot. Neither one is giving an inch. We're looking at a complete toss-up moving into these final rounds. Lancer is starting to look incredibly comfortable here, pushing himself right to the edge of victory. We are seeing a complete trade-off in rounds lately, keeping this set on a knife edge. But both competitors have practically the same win rate on this particular map. Lancer secures a huge lead, putting him just 1 round away from victory. Lancer is really proving that he belongs in the top 30. Unreal, Zeth barely scrapes through a frantic exchange to force this game into overtime. Just a few pixels of health left for him there. Zeth is really picking up the pace now, moving through the opposition with way more efficiency. A surprising result given that Lancer is usually the slight favorite here. We have reached a complete deadlock. These two just can't separate themselves as we head into a brand new set of rounds. What a sequence. Lancer survives this brutal exchange with practically nothing left in the tank. He's showing a surprising amount of resilience despite that poor run today. I can't believe how tight this has become. Neither one is willing to give up the ghost. Zeth's a fair bit higher on the ladder, but it's a complete wash. Lancer finds the opening and puts himself just one step away from the series win. The higher seed is really feeling the weight of this series. He recovers from the damage and secures the target, bringing the tally to a dead heat. The pressure is reaching a fever pitch as we enter these deciding moments. Zeth claims the upper hand with a slim 16-15 edge. Zeth extends his lead to 17-15 with a huge swing. He's really utilizing that rating advantage right now. Lancer closes in, narrowing it to 17-16 right now. Lancer close back and we are tied at 17. The underpowered side is refusing to fade away. Lancer barely edges ahead, holding an 18-17 lead. He is simply refusing to let the momentum shift back. Lancer manages to stretch his lead to 19-17. He really dug deep and found a way to close that door. Zeth just couldn't find an answer in the end. What a fight! Ignis holds a slender 45-44 lead in their overall history. That's almost perfectly split, but the mental edge clearly sits with him since he's taken the last 5 meetings. It will be interesting to see if Zeth can break that cycle today. Zeth didn't care about the height advantage there, just a quick read to shut down Ignis in the window. Zeth is really starting to put the pressure on here, using that ramp to hold a tight grip on this opening stretch. Pure chaos now. Ignis and Zeth are dead even. Zeth has been on a tear today with that 24-9 record. Ignis is clutching a narrow lead at 3-2. The higher rated player in this pair is really feeling the heat. This set is swinging wildly, but Zeth has managed to keep his composure through these early exchanges.
Ignis pushes ahead by 1, holding a slim 4-3 edge.
He's proving to be a tough puzzle for the higher rated man here. Ignis is really leaning into his 70% win rate from his last 10 matches. You can see that momentum building as he starts to pull away from Zeth. The momentum shift is definitely leaning toward the lower ranked player right now.
Zeth claws back to lock things up at 5 apiece.
Zeth is definitely making his high rating count today. Ignis is really tightening his grip on this series, refusing to let Zeth get any momentum back. We're all squared up at 6 each going into the break. It's a very standard start for this pair. Ignis is doing exactly what we thought he would, but Zeth is fighting back hard on this map. Fresh start for both players.
Ignis takes a 1-round cushion, moving ahead 7-6.
He's keeping that momentum from his latest victory over Zeth.
And Zeth fires back to make it a dead heat. It's a real battle of nerves given the ranking gap here.
Zeth has all the momentum right now, just completely shutting down that ramp attempt.
A tough spot for Ignis after that solid win over Lancer earlier. Stalemate once again as both players sit at 8. The gap on the ladder is minimal here.
Zeth is playing this perfectly, securing the lead and controlling the pace of this duel.
That's quite a stretch of matches for Zeth today. Zeth has pulled ahead, taking a 10-8 command.
Zeth is putting the hammer down with a sub-second reaction there. Ignis keeps his cool from the window, pulling right back into this one.
He's certainly fighting for his life with that 16-17 mark today.
Zeth just caught him completely off guard on the ramp to put another round in the bag. Ignis manages to secure the win despite Zeth having the high ground on the ramp. A blindingly fast reaction there, putting Zeth just 1 away from victory. What a finish! Zeth cleans up from the ramp to seal the victory. He's finally snapped that losing skid against his rival, which is just huge for his confidence. He really had to grind this one out. What a fight! Ignis clearly holds the upper hand historically with 1103 total wins over Lancer. It's surprising to see him trailing right out of the gate after consistently winning their previous encounters. Now the real test is whether he can maintain that confidence. Lancer has fought back, and we're deadlocked at 1 apiece. Both of these players have had a rough run over the last 24 hours. What a scramble! Lancer manages to clear him off the box, but he's barely holding on with a sliver of health. A complete stalemate now. Ignis and Lancer are tied. Lancer is certainly fighting the good fight despite his rough day so far. Lancer reads him perfectly and takes him right off that box. It's a tough spot to be in after that 10-13 loss to Zeth. Lancer is really dominating, stretching a 2-round lead. Really impressive form from the lower rated player today. Lancer is clutching a narrow 4-3 lead here. That was a lightning fast response from him. Lancer has been struggling today with a 10-24 record over the last day. It's clear that he's completely flipped the script in this specific match. He's putting a lot of pressure on Ignis right now. Lancer keeps his slim edge at 5-4. It's a total toss-up right now given their recent patterns. Ignis claws back to make it a dead heat. Ignis had a similar 13-8 result in their previous meeting. He's just too fast right now, taking complete control of the match as we head into the break. Lancer is really feeling the pressure as we approach the mid-match break. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. The favorite is simply doing what he's supposed to do here. That 4-round run really swung the momentum back in his favor. Let's see a push from Lancer. Ignis maintains his slight advantage, moving ahead 7-6. That was an incredibly sharp response to get back into this. Lancer forces another tie, and we're back to square one. He's completely erased that earlier lead for now. Ignis is really putting the clamps on things now, refusing to let Lancer build any real momentum. Absolute chaos as Lancer levels this out at 8 apiece. He's fighting through a tough day with only 10 wins in 24. Lancer's just edged ahead, taking a slim 9-8 lead. The momentum is shifting away from the higher ranked player. Lancer was just about to put together a real streak here, but Ignis answers back and shuts that down. He's clearly trying to shake off that tough loss to Zeth. Ignis finally pulls ahead with a narrow 10-9. He's really trying to snap that 16-18 trend from earlier today. He's absolutely on fire, racking up another flawless round to build a 2-round cushion. He's simply too strong right now, reaching match point with a completely effortless skill. Lancer continues his push, refusing to just hand over this game. He really needed a break like that to stay in this. Unreal, Ignis shuts the door right there to close out the series. Lancer really pushed him to the limit this time, but he just couldn't close the gap in the end. What a fight! quick exchange on the ramp and Lancer draws first blood right out of the gate. Lancer is looking very sharp early on, quickly securing another win in a tight space. Zeth is definitely feeling the pressure after that dominant 25-9 run today. The momentum has completely shifted and he's just putting on a show right now. Lancer really seems to have his number lately. Zeth finds an answer, refusing to let this match slide away. The favorite is finally starting to flex his muscles here. Lancer is playing with a lot of confidence today, taking control of the ramp and extending that lead. A wild fight on the ramp and he manages to claw another one back. He's definitely showing why the community had such high expectations for him. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that disaster of a fight on the ramp to secure his second straight win. A huge swing in energy as Zeth closes the gap to 1. Lancer manages to hold the high ground on that ramp to keep his lead intact. That head-to-head record makes this really interesting for him. He keeps the pressure on, refusing to back down as he claws another one back. He's starting to prove the betting odds right. He is simply refusing to break, battling back to a perfect tie. His rank on the ladder suggests he can keep this pace up. He's just completely overwhelmed his opponent now, taking a firmly held lead into the break. Zeth has completely flipped the script in the blink of an eye. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is making a strong case for a huge upset here. His recent 25-9 run today is clearly paying off. Time to switch sides. Zeth clings to a slim 1-round lead. Slightly lower on the ladder, but he's playing his heart out. He just can't be stopped, cleaning up the ramp to extend his advantage. He's really starting to leverage that experience advantage. He's completely in control now, walking away without taking a single point of damage. The timing on those shots is just flawless right now. What a scramble! Lancer barely hangs on for his life to stop the run and keep his hopes alive. A desperate play there, but he manages to scramble back into the fight. Absolute mayhem in this one. He claws his way out of the wreckage to maintain the pressure. Pure chaos. That fight was far too close for comfort. What a gritty hold. He manages to outlast the chaos to bring the score dead even. Both players are fighting for every single inch of ground now. Zeth is staying strong, quickly shutting this round down to keep the momentum swinging his way. He is finally starting to look like the player we expected to see. Zeth is simply on fire, dropping Lancer right off that ramp to stay in the driver's seat. Just a glimpse of the consistency we saw in his match against Thorn. Another lightning fast victory for Zeth, putting him just a single round away from the win. Lancer is really struggling to find a way back into the server. Lancer refuses to go down quietly, shaking Zeth off the ramp to keep this series alive. A huge confidence boost for him in this clutch moment. Unbelievable. Zeth storms back and seals the victory for the map. Lancer put up a massive fight today, especially after getting the better of him in their last series. He really forced the issue. What a match! Zeth has been absolutely scorching today with a 26-9 record. He's coming into this as the clear favorite despite the slow start. It will be interesting to see if he can turn things around quickly. Absolutely flawless. He is putting on a show right now. A quick response here from Zeth, who earns a clean win to stay in the fight. He needs to start stacking some wins to prove the hype. Ignis is just too quick right now, punishing Zeth the second he stepped onto that wine box. A grueling exchange there, but Zeth digs deep to survive and cut the deficit to 2. The higher seed is finally finding some stability. That's a second straight round for Zeth, who looks completely unfazed by the score. It's exactly the kind of shift you'd expect from the top seed. And there it is! Zeth erases the deficit and brings us completely level. It feels like a complete reset for the map. What a fight! Ignis barely survives that chaotic exchange to reclaim a 1-round lead. Ignis has an impressive 5-game winning streak in their head-to-head matches. It's clearly paying off right now as he manages to keep the pressure high. Zeth is definitely feeling the heat in this series. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, the favorite is doing exactly what he needs to do. Both players have shown they can run a streak, but Ignis is just slightly more consistent on this map. Sides are swapping, let's get into it. What a scramble. He almost went down there, but just barely edges out the victory. That was an incredibly close finish. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he manages to scrap through with a sliver of health left. He's showing some serious nerves of steel with those narrow escapes. Ignis has built a healthy 3-round cushion now. He's really putting that top-tier ranking into perspective right now. Ignis is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-6. Zeth is usually the one taking care of business in this rank bracket. Zeth is proving that he can trade blows with the best, keeping things interesting after that quick exchange. He's not backing down, shutting the door on a potential run and keeping himself right in this. Ignis is staying composed, refusing to let Zeth build any real momentum after those quick wins. The higher rated player is fighting hard to close this gap. Unreal. Both were nearly finished, but Ignis claws out a win by the skin of his teeth. That's another nail-biter finished his way. Zeth secures a clean kill to slow the pace down just as things were getting tense. It's a tough hill to climb for the favorite right now. Another rapid-fire win for Zeth, who is refusing to let the game slip away. Game over. Ignis shuts the door right there to secure the victory. He just couldn't close the gap this time around. Zeth fought back hard,